Hey, chat. Okay, here we go. Welcome. Wudijo stream is only for adults. No, it's a thing in the Diablo 4 category. Everything is labeled as adult stream. It's because of the game. I jump down. Okay. Normal Diablo 4, please. What is that emote, man? What the hell? Hello from Athens. You're supposed to wear less clothes in the adult category. Ah, I can do that. Make D4 great again. I mean, what should I do, guys? I guess I can collect feedback. Oh, it's season 6. Never mind. Okay. Hot tub stream when... Yo. Okay, I also have to set up a group chat for later, actually. Let's see. Maxroll, Northy, Beatrother, Lippy. I just had to set up the group chat for later for the podcast. You want to have a podcast later with the Maxroll boys? Actually, in 1 hour, I started very late today. Fuck. It's so late, man. But anyway, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna have Macro, Northmore, Boiler, Beat Dropper, Mippy, and me. 6 people. 1 represent from each class. Gonna be pretty filled podcast. Really wish to give us more time in PTR. 1 week just doesn't feel like enough. Yeah, I mean, it's true, you know. It's like there's so much stuff to do, so many things to test, but it's also kind of cool that, you know, we kind of got a good picture of what it's going to look like, but it's still gonna be like, you know, room for people to explore and, you know, actually play the season, right? That's the thing. Like, I could just sit here and actually play PTR for a month, and I probably still wouldn't be done, right? So, if you really want to test, like, you know, 10 builds per class and whatever, then this is what you actually would need. I don't think that, you know, this is really beneficial for Blizzard or even beneficial in general. So, like, now I'm still kind of pumped to, like, actually play the season and then actually make, you know, one of the builds and, like, progress for the entire thing instead of just having, like, you know, PTR window giving me everything. It's a very different experience as well. I kind of like logging in, making a build, and start blasting. Yeah, still a lot of new stuff for sure. In terms of like what we saw in the PTR for the existing classes, basically everything is the same. So, you know, the mercenaries, okay, whatever. What are they gonna do really? So, yeah, we'll Sith Lord Bishop, thanks, man. How unbalanced do you think Spirit One will be, both for the builds and in regards to other classes? That's a good question. It seems like they have already started nerfing some things on the Spirit One. So if you look at the new data mines that were actually in this PTR client, like a lot of stuff is already tuned down quite a bit and stuff like that. So it is not like, you know, up here when everything else is here or something like that. But I think generally Spiritborn is still gonna feel pretty strong. Just 26 days. That's gonna be right in season 6 now. Yeah, you have more character slots in the expansion. I think I had 13 on the PTR. I'd much rather have 13 stash tabs instead of 13 character slots, to be honest, but okay. You're running TB Rogue, wondering why dagger over swords. Daggers have an implicit that does more than nothing, because crit damage for poison builds doesn't work. Only the close damage does, so that's like a kind of minor bonus. I guess the bigger thing is that you just attack faster and have more lucky hits, like, you know, Fist of Fate procs or like any CC procs to stagger and so on. More Siphoning Strike procs and so on. Also, like, actually attacking faster in general is just gonna be even better in the future with runes. Because all of runes are like, okay, whenever you cast a core skill, you gain offering and stuff like that. So generally, faster weapon types kind of like have an extra benefit now. Feedback top 3, less player DPS, more skill interaction, more meaningful GA stats. I guess you can start with some feedback. I already wrote, like, you know, a few pages to Blizzard. So I guess you're gonna do like something like Barb, Druid, Necro, Rogue, Sorc. I mean, I can't really say too much about every class since I mostly focus on Rogue. But there's some things to say, I guess. Let's do like progression and difficulties. Runes, Paragon, and glyphs. What else can we do? So also be kind of like the topics here. And it's probably also like kind of like what we're gonna go through later with the podcast. The 0.1% attacks per second matters that much. For daggers, it's not 0.1%, it's 1.2 attacks per second instead of 1.1 attacks per second. That's the base damage, base speed. Yeah, crit damage from the swords does nothing for poison. If you're playing a poison build, then crit damage is useless. So there's also a reason to go daggers. I think the Rouge leveling builds are going to be the same. I leveled an Aerostorm's Rogue, which is, I mean, we know is very strong. And then I actually switched to Barrage Victimize. And actually fairly early, but that was before 60. I would have to review my footage. But I did like one dry run from 1 to Torment 4. And that was mostly of Barrage Victimize, actually. But realistically, Barrage Victimize is more of an endgame build. "13 stash tabs, think of the poor servers." Any fun off-mana build for Sorc that it would be fun to mess around with? Hydra, maybe? Well, I must-have picks for the Sunday's NFL. Dude, I have no idea about that. Yeah, the feedback, I actually wrote a lot about the feedback, about the squish already to Blizzard. But yeah, so TLDR is, I guess, stat squish, I guess. I can talk about this. Numbers are way too high. I'd like to see reduction. Something like that. So this is like mega failed. I mean, I made a video about this even, and then I also wrote to them. So, in general, so first of all, main stat, amount, and damage scaling. For some reason, they have like so much main stat and damage, like they doubled the damage scaling for main stat. Glyph, primary, and legendary bonuses. with levels. I mean, like long term, I think they should also look at, like, for example, aspects and unique multipliers. They're also getting out of control, I think, these days, since they added like extra tiers to aspects, for example. They, like, everything just like has more multipliers now, or bigger multipliers. And this, like, and the thing is, like, all of this is pre-season themes, right? Pre-mercenaries. I guess the mercenaries are not so big, but they will probably also contribute a little bit. And then season themes, you know, are also in the range of, like, I don't know, double damage again or something like that. If you look at, like, season 2, season 3, when they bring back season themes. Normal items, especially uniques, are too far behind Ancestral. Yeah, I think this is also a point. In Ancestral, uniques are crazy hard to get. Easier to get mythics. So I think this could be adjusted. First Ancestral. Speaking of mythics, Maxroll mythic character. Something like that. I think Penitent difficulty is too late. Yeah, I think 35 would be fine. I mean, realistically, no one is really gonna go into Penitent, and at least not on a season start character, like at all, basically. The highest you're probably gonna go is Expert, and then only if you're like really twinking it out, you're gonna go Penitent. So that's kind of okay. But at the very least, when I'm twinking, I want to be there maybe for level 1 or for level 35, if they don't want to make it level 1. Fixed charged bolts. I have no idea what's wrong with charged bolts, actually. I think the jump from 750 to 800 is a problem. No, I actually kind of like this rather big jump, and then like the progression from normal items to Ancestral, and the fact that I never had to look at non-Ancestral gear, and Ancestral drop rates were really low. I genuinely like this. So... But yeah, the Ancestral Uniques is a big problem. Like, you can farm, like, you know, some bosses like 50 times and not get an Ancestral version of the Unique. And then you can't masterwork it to more than 4 or something like that. So that's kind of shitty. Thanks, 555. And you always think it's my blue challenge and you see blues drop in high difficulty. Because of what I purposely step for them. Well, they said they want to do something with like the other rarities at some point, but I don't know. If there's like a real reason to pick up these items in the future, then I guess it's fine that they exist for now. Please disable skill is not ready when we spam a skill. That's actually an option in the gameplay settings. Depending what you get from hordes, we need more Opticides. I think the Opticide income is actually very good. Like, when you farm Torment 4 Nightmare Dungeons, you get like roughly 1,000 or so per run, plus minus. It's like 5-6 runs to get one item to 12. I think that's very fair. That's relatively fast. You mostly see negative reception about Ancestral operates, which is not surprising. Expect a lot of hate in usual performance at that point. Ah, it's fine. Let them hate. Hi guys. Solution would be nerf additive and multipliers instead of only the base weapon damage. Well, they have squished the base weapon damage already, so this is actually where they have squished. Basically, the only thing that I have squished, to be honest. I mean, okay, they lowered armor and life values a bit and stuff like that. Sure. but most of the damage squish actually comes from just lowering the weapon DPS to like roughly a fifth of what it was. So it's like minus 80%. But then everything else is just so crazy, you know, like you make up for it like 1,000 times. So yeah. What else did I write to them actually about this part here? The stat squish. What do you think about all the screen noise and a lot of the meta builds? Yeah. My GPU doesn't like it, that's for sure. And I mean, okay, it's kind of cool that some builds can be like really crazy, let's say like Rain of Arrows or something, you know. But yeah, we have a lot of screen noise. That's a good term for that actually. Because everything has like double cast, insane attack speed, you know, like you reset cooldowns instantly and whatever, these kind of things, right? And okay, this is fine that builds like this exist, but man, almost everything is like this now, right? It's like super crazy and spammy and everything. Which on one hand is cool, because you kind of like unlock this insane, like, you know, late game power and the power of fantasy behind that, right? On the other hand, yeah, it's a bit much, I guess. All ethics on items will be lowered. Yeah, I think reduce item power inflation between levels 50 and 60. So what happens here is, I'm not sure what exactly the number is, but you end up at 750 item power with non-ancestral gear. But at 50, you have like, I don't know, maybe 400 or something item power. And for some reason, they just kind of like every level up that you get like plus 30 item power on all of your stuff or something. Which makes no sense whatsoever. Because you spend like a few minutes on each level or something, or whatever, right? Like 10 minutes, let's say, 50 minutes if you're slower. And you keep getting these like insane jumps in item power, and this makes no sense at all. So I can just like lower the top end. Like this. And then this you can already, and then the additive damage rise. Reduce additive damage from items, tempers, glyphs. I guess maybe paragons. Like this. Would like to say pure skill builds, not all those procs based ones. Yeah, I think this is a general, like, let's say build diversity, and let's talk about this. I mean, there are a lot of different builds. Like the build diversity is actually like massively increasing. So that's kind of cool, but yeah, we have a lot of builds that are just kind of like a conduit for some proc or something, right? Yeah, like especially Rogue has that with Andariels, Victimize. And then like stuff like this exists on like other classes with like, let's say, Lightning Spear, Sorc. Like both the top two builds right on Sorc right now are exactly that, right? You have Lightning Spear with the aspect. We have Chain Lightning with the pants and the Andariels and stuff like that. Like you don't even invest points into your main skill and these kind of things, so that's kind of weird. But on the other hand, I mean, it's also cool that this stuff exists, and then there's other builds that are pure skill. So I think you have a good mix of both. Yeah, not sure what to say about the screen noise, to be honest. I mean, what are they gonna do about it? That's the question. Are they gonna remove all of this, like, weapon tempers with the double cast? Are they gonna lower our cooldown now? Are they gonna lower... I think attack speed is maybe something they could generally lower. I think attack speed is, like, generally a very powerful stat that a lot of builds go for. And it kind of like has more value than most other stuff, like crit or main stat or whatever you could put in gear. So I think they could nerf attack speed, maybe. Since it's also kind of like a damage multiplier again. Attack speed makes some things feel so smooth. Yeah, but I think it makes many things feel too crazy as well. It's fine that it can get attack speed, and again, like, you kind of like feel that power growth, right? But when you go to from like 0% attack speed bonus to like, I don't know, 150% attack speed bonus, stuff gets pretty wild. Temper needs an adjustment in some form. I mean, it's already getting the retemper scroll. Whispers extend to torment bosses and drop more boss mods. Actually, there are whispers for torment bosses. It's new. Maybe reduce all multipliers on average 30 to 10. Yeah, I mean, this would be a good solution as well to like do with like some of these other changes here. The problem is that the expansion is like 3 weeks away or something, or 4. Like, you can't do this now. Like, if you start, you know, messing with all of the aspects and uniques now, then everything's gonna be fucked. So they have to do game-wide changes that affects everyone. Like, this is something they can do for expansion 2, I guess, where they, like, you know, just generally lower all the values on all of the aspects and then rebalance all the builds and so on. Right now you can't do that, you know, it's gonna like fuck up many builds. You have faith in it being fucked regardless. Okay. I guess one thing to note here is bring down top end builds with target nerfs and ensure server stability. G. Lightning Spear, Sorc, Random, Arrows, Rework, Death Trap. I guess there's actually many examples like that, right? But yeah, those are definitely some pretty heavy spam builds. Rain of Arrow is not really a top build anyway, but it's pretty good anyway. Death Trap is very powerful, Lightning Spear. I mean, also like Bone Spirit. Also like Storm Slide, I guess. I mean, Storm Slide is also not top tier build, but man, it's so spammy with everything. It's pretty crazy. Still, list of fair builds, not only bugged ones. That list is not very long. The game needs more diversity in Mythic pool. Yeah, I mean, if they make this change here, one Mythic per character, I think, let's say equipped here. I think that there is like a good amount of Mythics to choose from already right now. I think damage bonus should be removed from aspects unless they're below 100. That should be adding, changing the way skills work. Yeah, I generally agree with that. But again, this is something that they're absolutely not going to do now. So we don't have to give that feedback now. This is something that they can do in expansion 2 or something where they can... I think they don't have to generally remove all of the damage bonuses because, you know, it's kind of interesting also like to try to find like certain damage bonuses they can use in a build and these kind of things. But yeah, like generally making aspects more utility based and less numbers based would be a good idea, I think. Yeah. I can do that. Alls feel better now to get ranks in them. 9 ranks in Bloodwave Slabs. Yeah, I guess that's pretty cool. I'm gonna mention this actually. You're afraid of every damage buff on aspect will be leading closer and closer into the 3 legendary multipliers category. Yeah, we're getting there slowly. I look at some items like Fraction Winter Glass, for example. That item alone, like if you play a Frozen Orb build, let's not even talk about Lightning Spear Sorc, right? It's kind of like it snuck its way in there, right? But if you're playing like a Frozen Orb Sorc and you don't have Fracture Winter Glass, and then you get Fracture Winter Glass, you know, that's like the biggest power jump ever, you know? Like, it's like insane. Yeah. So I think this is like too crazy. I'm not convinced on the per character is a good idea. I think it's a very good idea, because the problem is that there are really cool items, aspects, or uniques that you can put on your gear, but none of them matter because you just go for mythics later anyway. It's very boring, I think, for build diversity, for like, you know, also the progression that you do with a build. Like, we see this in Season 5 right now. Like, every time I make a new character, or like a new build or something, I just re-equip like 60% of the setup that I already have, fully masterworked, you know, everything perfect, and then I have nothing to do with that new build that I just made. So that is like one problem, and the other one is just like, you know, everything just looks the same. Everyone has the same items equipped in every slot. Every buff has Grandfather. Everyone has a Shaco or a Perdition Helm. Everyone has a Tyrius Might. Everyone has a Starless. Like, it's just not fun, I think. You find it difficult to reach resistance cap without Tyrius. I played many builds on the PTR without Tyrius. I used the new chest as well. Either Tyrius, it's like, you know, okay, you have two options. You have Shaco or Perdition on the Helm slot. You have Tyrius or Shroud on the chest slot. Starless, if you is like going into every build that spends any kind of resources, and so on, right? Grandfather is just a given on barbs. So, I don't know, it's just, yeah, it's just not cool, I think. And there's so many cool, unique effects, you know. Most of these mythic items are not even very interesting, I feel. They're just stat sticks. They're just like insanely powerful, but they don't really do anything special. Yeah, okay, there are rogue builds I can do Shroud. This is mostly just like a pit pushing option though. And the problem with Cowl is it doesn't work on bosses really most of the time, unless you want to go real high-end fishing and, you know, fish for bosses, like, you know, the Spirit Caller, and stack your trick attacks from the ads, and then stagger the boss in the right moment, and these kind of shenanigans. So this is nothing really realistic. It's easier to get a Mythic right now than it was to get a Tempest Sword in Season 1. That's actually true, I think. So, like, long-term goal. Blizzard can actually buffing stuff like Tyrius. I mean, the thing is, then if they do something like this here, this max 1 mythic per character, they can actually start focusing on making them even stronger if you want. You don't make them like ridiculous, I don't know. But you can also like specialize them a bit more, right? I mean, okay, Tyrius always kind of does this specialized thing with like, okay, it gives you like all the res, right? And then Shaco has like the plus skills thing. But yeah, something like Grandfather is, for example, is just like a generically good item that doesn't really do much, right? Starless has like a bit of a specialized thing with like the resources. But yeah, some of these items just kind of lack some identity, I feel. They're just like stat sticks that are insane, and that's it. So Shaco has a cooldown, I guess. That's like its identity as well. Like most of the cooldown actually these days, I'd say. Instead of more damage multipliers, maybe legendary clips could use more utility stuff like larger countertops, movement speed, or mana per second. Yeah, the problem with that is it's like all very build specific, right? And they don't even know like which glyphs you want to use and which build and so on, and there's many builds. So I think I kind of dislike that there is like these just kind of plain damage stats on these legendary glyph effects. But on the other hand, I'm not really sure what else it could be replaced with. Make the Uber uniques rarer, limiting to 1 is Sedge. Yeah, if you make them more rare, then everyone is gonna complain. And the people that blast will get them anyway. And then we have the same problem that, you know, all the build guides you see, everyone is gonna have like, you know, 4 mythics in all the slots, and it's like, okay. I don't think that making them much more rare is like really an option. And we got some other changes. I mean, if you limit it to 1, you could make them a bit more rare just because you don't need to have 4 of them anymore in your build, right? You just need to find 4, salvage them all, and then craft whichever you want. So I guess you could make them more rare in that case as well. You're complaining about uniques being bad in Season 4. I wasn't. I was not complaining, man. I love Season 4. But Season 4 had the same problem. It was just like only legendaries and mythics, and you just didn't use uniques. So you just left out the normal uniques. And now Season 5, everything has 4 mythics and 4 uniques and then like 2 legendaries. Great. I mean, there's like one redeeming factor right now, which is that at least right now, ancestral uniques are so hard to get that most people will probably not even get to the point where they wear them. They will have all those mythics, but they will not have the ancestral uniques. And you will actually just use legendaries in their slot, or normal uniques. So, because they're really tough to get, despite the higher boss drop rates and, you know, boss material drop rates and everything. Yeah. So there's like a much longer progression now where you still wear legendaries for a while before you ever switch to uniques. And I think that's okay. Like, if these uniques are actually pretty high-end items and they just kind of like tend to outclass legendaries in the same slot a little bit for most builds, I mean, okay, you know. I think that's not too bad. Pit difficulty should increase GA drop chance. I'm pretty sure it does, actually. I'm not sure if it was placebo, but I thought I got a lot more GAs on higher tiers. Like when I was farming like 80s, 90s, 100s, I was pretty reliably getting a GA drop. I think the problem with one mythic could be that many builds don't work anymore because there's too big of a range between balancing of the characters. I don't think this would really hurt builds that much. I mean, okay, there's builds that have like, you know, maybe Ethereals and nothing else, and then there's other builds that have Ethereals, a Shaco, and a Starless, but I don't think this will necessarily like really upset the overall build balance right now, which, to be fair, is kind of fucked right now anyway. So I would rather do this change with the mythics and then fix the build balance later with tweaks. I don't think that any build will stop working. There's no build that relies on having 4 mythics equipped. You know, this doesn't exist. So there's like maybe something like, okay, Starless is really important to get all of your resources sorted out. If you want to do like, let's say, I know, some random pen shot preparation rogue or some shit. Yeah. Or if you play Vermin Barb and you want to do the Tyrios thing, well, you kind of need the Tyrios, okay. So, sure, right? But outside of that, there's not really much in terms of like, okay, you need to have this mythic. I guess the closest thing to like build enabling mythic is probably Shaco, because it has this 54% cooldown potential. So, you know, this is potentially required for some setups just to like have cooldown thresholds met and so on. Why not compromise with 1 mythic weapon, 1 mythic armor, piece, and jewelry? I mean, who cares about mythic weapons really besides barbs? The kind of Andes, Rogavat, and Andes, yeah, exactly. So there's like, of course, some build enabling items. Andaris is like its own build, basically, or builds. The Spiritborn weapon. Yeah, I think a lot of people are overestimating how good the Spiritborn weapon is, I think. The lowering of ancestral drops, which should remove stats on items of few users, so an ancestral drop will always feel good. I didn't have that problem, actually. Like, I always was excited when I saw Ancestrals. I mean, okay, there's like some user stats, like, I don't know, Thorns and whatever, that can roll on gear. That I'm not sure, do Thorns builds even roll Thorns on the gear? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah. Life per second on gloves. Yeah, life per second is kind of shit, to be fair. Life per second and life per hit. So item stats are plain useless. Life per second. Life. Okay, hit, gain life. Lots of stuff on amulets. Okay. We can do that. Thorns only on razor plate. Yeah, I feel like as well Thorns should just be reserved to aspects and uniques. And not roll on normal pieces, man. Like Thorns is such a niche thing. Okay, there's like a Thorns Barb, or like, I don't know, some variations of Thorns Barb. There's like Thorns Spiritborn now, there's like the minion Thorns Necro, but there's also like, all this stuff is like very niche. I guess the least niche is probably Spiritborn here. Spiritborn might have multiple variations of Thorns built that actually have like active Thorns stuff going on and whatever. And that's like, you know, also built into one of the 4 major spirits on the Spirit Hall. But yeah. Thorns Dancing Knives. Oh boy. You can actually do that now. There's like the aspect where after channeling you get extra thorns or something. I would like to see the R affixes come back. I'm gonna disagree with that one actually. I think it's important in order to like ensure that monsters can be threatening. They don't give people too many options to become very tanky. So I think it's important to not have damage reduction affixes, actually. You have a crazy idea, Loot Reborn 2.0. 6 affix on items and prefix and suffix system. Yeah, no way, man. Did you keep light rays on your items on purpose as a bad stat? Yeah. To be honest, I think it's a relatively minor problem. I don't mind that bad stuff really exists to some degree. It's okay. But some stuff is just like it's just clutter. Like, it doesn't need to exist because no one would ever want it. For any reason. You already have like all these like, you know, combinations of stats that can roll. And in fact, they could make more interesting stuff instead, no? And then it's up to you to get like the good combo, you know? Make it hard to get a good combo of the right stats. And not just, okay, you have like, you know, 2 of the shitty stats. Yeah, goodbye to this item. It's like, it feels worse. At least if there was, you know, actually good stats or something wanted that it could work with. But something like this here, it just does nothing. So. Making a tank was fun. I mean, you can still make a tank, you know. If you want, you can still become pretty much immortal. You can equip a Doombringer and develop Heart of Selec and Ethereals, and you will never die to anything in this game. You know, you can tank like 20 stacks Lilith waves if you want. So, you can be very tanky. It's not going to be a very good build, but it can be a tank. But I think, you know, like very easily available damage reduction stats like we used to have on like pants and boot and chests and stuff like that. That was, you know, too easy to include, and also like, had like too large ranges of, you know, when you had items that didn't have everything, or really everything max rolled and these kind of things. So yeah. Thank you, Tracier. Some bad size needles for flavor. I mean, honestly, at the very least, I could buff some stuff like this because, you know, you don't really want to have like a hit gain life, but maybe there would be some builds that don't have any other real source of gaining life back or something like that, and you would actually try to rely on it. The thing is, even if you try, you can't even do anything with this. These numbers are so ridiculously low. The same with the life per second. It's just so ridiculously low. You gain like, I don't know what, 40 life per 5 seconds or some shit. When you have like 20, I don't know, 15,000 life. Like, what is that? You know? Like, even if you try to do anything with that, you can't. So I think that's just... Needs buff or remove. GA is at 282 life per second. Are you sure about that? I'm not sure if we have the correct numbers here. I think you're talking about life source now. 282 sounds way too much. Here it says 9 life per 5 seconds, but I'm not sure if that is correct. But it feels correct. Life per 5. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's correct, but either way, it felt terrible. So, yeah, life per hit is also not much better. And the thing is that also life per hit is now based on lucky hit, which I guess does make some kind of sense if we want to try to balance it out a little bit. Because lucky hit is supposed to be that kind of balance between how often do you hit a target versus, you know, the skill, like behavior and stuff like that. So I guess making the lucky hit gain life makes kind of sense. And then you can scale that with like lucky hits values. Yeah, I guess. Stuff like single type resistance can't be buffed on amulets. Yeah, true. Also, rework shatter. Yeah, I actually gave them that feedback already in season 4. I guess we can do it again. Make amulet passive rolls share the same stat slot. I think that's a bad idea. I think having these god roll amulets is actually really cool. With like, you know, 2 or 3 passives. And what's on loot filter? No, I have not said anything about loot filter. Who will in a podcast? Norfa, Macro, Mippy, Beatdropper, Boiler. You have to disagree that mats are hard to obtain, even still the idea that everyone chases only mythics is the thing I'm complaining about. Yeah, you're not just chasing mythics. I feel like right now on the PTR, it felt like mythics were the easy thing. And okay, you might not get like the GA in the right slots on the mythic that you get, you know, or something like that, and you have to on average get 4 mythics of each to get the GA on the right stat that you really want to get the GA on. But realistically, yeah, it seems like very easy to get boss mats. And the thing is, you're gonna farm a lot of nightmare dungeons in the future. That's something that people didn't really do in a PTR. I think people need to understand that what we saw in a PTR was like a very skewed picture from what the reality actually is like, right? The reality is you're gonna farm a lot of nightmare dungeons to get your masterworking stuff, to get your gear and everything. And while doing those nightmare dungeons, you actually get tons of materials. You don't even have to go and farm Blood Maiden and Whispers and Helltide and whatever. You can just farm nightmare dungeons because they fucking drop like candy. Like these boss mats drop everywhere. Like in typical damage runs, I get like 3, 4, 5 elites that just popped like 4 bloods here, 4 steel there, 3 hearts there, all the time. Now the pit becomes so important, feedback to make it more fun is important. Yeah. I'm not sure if they're really gonna rework the pit into something more fun though. I mean, I think the pit is decently fun for what it is. But I guess now that it has to be like a bit more of a prominent picture, and especially eventually when it gets leaderboards, it needs to be more fun. I agree with that. We already have like unofficial leaderboards. And it's honestly, like, you know, after doing like Diablo 3, pushing for like a decade, and like, you know, always going rank 1 every season and these kind of things, I feel like no motivation to do it in Diablo 4 right now. Maybe an official leaderboard would help that a little bit. But it's also just like not nearly as fun as pushing greater rifts in Diablo 3. But I'm not really sure how they would fix that. They would have to do like pretty major redesign. Maybe some rework of Abattoir Vizier with Tears of Blood. I mean, Abattoir Vizier is the pit. And I honestly hope that it will never bring back Tears of Blood. I mean, realistically, I guess every glyph will be Tears of Blood in the future, kind of. Right? Because they will probably bring down the power level, or like, you know, to buff the pit or something to like a really high degree. So that pit 100 will be inaccessible, and maybe the highest pit we're gonna do is like 80 or some shit. So kind of like how it works on live right now, right? We're pushing to like 160 out of 200. And if that's the case, then you will not get your glyphs to 100. You will even barely get your glyphs to like 85 or something. Or maybe 90. And then 90 is like the absolute cap that you can reach. If you farm tier 80, the highest glyph you could reach, with 1% chance upgrades, but that you get 4 tries off every run, would be like level 80, 91. So depending on what they do exactly with the balancing after this, if they like mega buff the pit or if they mega nerf the players or something, one of the two things will happen. And this means we won't get our glyphs to 100. And this means every glyph is now a Tears of Blood glyph. In pit you can revive. Ah, true. But no, I can't, actually. Let's say long-term wish list. Let's do that. Leaderboards and conquests. The freestyle. Rework it into an actual fun pushing mode. Especially boss fights are problematic. Armory is not a long-term goal. Armory is probably like season 7 feature anyway, so I'm not gonna even mention that. How do you feel world bosses? I mean, kind of whatever, to be honest. Some people still keep dying on world bosses, so there's that, I guess. Remove doors in Nightmare Dungeon. I let other people give that feedback. I kind of like doors for immersion. And it's also a balancing tool, I guess, to some degree for like leap and teleport, for example. Yo, boy there. Hello. Say that to Rax. Oh, he loves those too, I guess. I know. Rumors are lackluster. I think it would be cool if they would bring back the actual like D2 kind of build you unique kind of rune word thing. At some point do like a big rune update. And they actually like, you know, like rework white items to have like, you know, maybe a chance to roll X sockets up to 6 or something. And then they would actually like add like, say like 20 new uniques that it formed through rune words. I don't know. It would be kind of fun. I kind of liked that part of Diablo 2. I didn't like that rune words are just so OP as they were in Diablo 2. But I liked the feeling of making rune words. On the other hand, they're basically just unique items, right? With like extra steps. So, I don't know. Feedback for Lightning Spear, give it a hard nerf it needs to remove crit damage as extra multiplier. I think realistically what they should do is they should nerf Fraction Winter Glass to just have less chance to spawn both frozen orbs and conjurations out of them. I think that's really what they should do, because everyone's complaining about the screen clutter, the lags, whatever. If you just nerf the damage of Lightning Spear, you're not gonna help anything. That's probably the only reason why the servers are not crashing, because Lightning Spear just one-shots everything. Imagine Lightning Spear would not one-shot everything, man. The servers would melt. So, I think you have to nerf the numbers, like, of how many spears are there and how many frozen orbs are there. Yeah, I think in general, Conjuration Mastery should be a Conjuration builds thing, not something that has to fit into every single build and be maxed. So, this is like step number 1, I think. Winter Glass. No. Could have a lower chance to spawn durations. Nerf. Something like that, I think. Like, Lightning Spear is like, I'm not sure about the exact balance between the builds on Sorc on the PTR, but I'm pretty sure that Lightning Spear is still at the top. Or if not top, then, I don't know, top 2 or something. And what is the top 2 build? I think it's like, it's like Frozen Orb anyway, right? It's like Frozen Orb and Lightning Spear. And then there's like maybe some Chain Lightning or so. Was there anything else? Chain Lightning, yeah. It's far at the top. Lexi, by the way. I saw the grenade run, by the way. Pretty nice. I was doing some grenades as well. It was fairly similar setup. But I didn't like min-max it that much. Chain with Azarath. Oh, is that why Chain Lightning was so good? Because of Azarath? Okay, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I guess so, right? Like, currently it's also based on procs with Andariels, and now he just went for Azarath and scale crit instead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Azarath and Frostburn, they're both like not squished properly or something. Because Azarath had like some really high values. This conversation that's been doing scale of conservation bonuses to make the glyphs and legendary node more worth. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Like if like, you know, it would actually scale the skill ranks, or give us some other avenues of scaling. Why not? I mean, you already have to scale crit chance to 100% basically for a Lightning Spear Sorc. And I mean, okay, it's kind of interesting that we also like, try to squeeze out like every little bit of crit damage. I think most importantly, you have to fix the clutter. It's just way too much clutter. Don't hate LS Sorc when Rogue gets 6 spin to win. Yeah, okay, but I mean, this is also mostly just based on an exploit, right? the spam tapping of dance to get more attacks. I'm not sure how good that is, but it's probably like a factor of like, I don't know, times 4, times 5 or so. If you do this like a lot. Like, try to spin to win with actual spinning and not spamming your button all the time. And just hold it down. It's gonna be way weaker. Yeah, I think it's 99% sure you're gonna fix that anyway. Like, I know that at least the devs are aware of that problem. And I think they actually said that it was actually bugged. Like, they actually considered this a bug. So, something like that. I don't recall the exact conversation now. But they considered this a bug, so. But I suggested they should buff the skill then. Because if they just fix that and you actually can't do spam tapping anymore, then they have to nerf the buff. They have to buff the skill a bit. So, what about snapshotting? Yeah, I tried various things with like snapshotting with dance, and I gotta say, it probably doesn't really matter. So, you can't snapshot overpowers because overpower doesn't work for channel skills. So the rune with the overpower didn't work there. You can do some stuff like Fist of Fate and Synergy Aspect and so on, but I mean, Synergy Aspect is like easy to activate. Dance Macabre is easy to activate. Like most of these snapshots, it's just like one skill cast away or so. So I think that's fine anyway. Worst case, you just press that skill and then you start spinning. And then the only real problem would be Fist of Fate. Fist of Fate can be snapshot in Dance of Knives. And I tried it a bit and it just felt like awful to play like that. It actually felt not worth it. Because there's so many interruptions to your spinning. Because either you run out of charges, or you get like randomly CET, or you randomly spin through like a fucking daze effect on the ground, and then you get interrupted. So it felt like it was actually holding me back more than it helped. Maybe if you do this like perfectly, it would be an advantage, but not sure what was making Druid's Stoneburst do 64 quadrillion damage. That's because the damage just kept multiplying with itself the more targets you hit. So, yeah, Stoneburst as a carry skill is awful. So I write that down here. I mean, I probably know about the bug anyways, I'm not gonna mention that. But I actually played a Stoneburst build and I could barely do like a tier 80 or so. I mean, okay, there were some bugs involved, like there's a bunch of stuff bugged on Druid with Earth and Devastation wasn't working and these kind of things. My setup was kind of scuffed, the totem wasn't in the game. Full weak. Stoneburst would feel not fun. Actually, channels. Option. Place. Steps. So this is definitely my feedback here for Stoneburst. I think there should be like a Flame Blast from PoE, for example, where like you hold it down and it grows and then you release it, and then depending on how long you channel it, it goes big boom or small boom. And I think that's way cooler. Like now it's always like instant at max size, and then you just like stand there and like ding 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 ding. This is exactly the spam tapping that we don't want on the rogue, for example, and you have to do it here, which is just stupid. One thing should be done with main stance. If the hard nerf damage bonus, people maybe always go for decks to get crit chance. I mean, they have to nerf main stats very hard. Like, extremely, to make something like that a reality. I think they should just go back to what the main stat was on Season 5 and not just randomly double it. And that would be okay already. And then maybe we consider how much main stats do you get from the glyph and how much main stat do you get from the sockets in your gear. And I mean, it's okay that people have like 1,000 or 2,000 main stat or so, but does it also need to have like double the damage bonus that it has right now? I don't think so. You enjoyed Barb a lot, both sides were GG, complete opposite of the free leap quake that turned them into RGKs. Yeah, I guess like in D4, like stacking the earthquakes up actually does a lot of damage. Because here there's no like, you know, relying on Bane of Stricken and these kind of things. On the eye, they add some DH, spam, basic attack while channeling. Pretty much like DH in D3. Yeah, soon enough, there's gonna be a unique for Dance of Knives that does exactly that. I'm sure. Fix the economy and dupe stuff. It all comes down to one kind of either stay for billions have enough money until end of season. Yeah, realistically. Okay, I guess what they can do is make items bounce to account after one trade. I think this would help a lot with this problem. I think it's like the only realistic solution here. Similar to like the LE system, basically. The thing is that, yeah, okay, I mean, there's some items that generally are not account bound, right? Like, it would be kind of weird to have like one stack of Varshan mats that is like tradable and another stack of Varshan mats that is account bound. But maybe you could just say, okay, it doesn't really matter for runes and mats and stuff like that. Can't buy items for friends. Okay, dude. Maybe I can tell the Crimson Market guys they can make like gift cards, you know? Wudijo reminding us last epoch exists. They're actually starting a new cycle in 1 week. Maybe gonna do a nice little race. Well, actually, we're starting the podcast in a few minutes. So I guess we're gonna continue this later. Okay, topic lists and questions, guys. Let's do that real quick. Podcast time. Yeah, basically, am I missing something? I mean, we're gonna do this very simple. So one is gonna be basically what I just had with my topics, right? Progression, difficulties, runes, and then we do like a bit of class, maybe class balance as a whole. Maybe with like a bit of like, okay, top builds, newcomer builds, stuff like that. Yeah. Wish list. Unexpected builds. Hawk cast, yes. You go to the message view and the item was missing a 0. No more doors. People are really adamant about those doors, huh? Any other big topics we should discuss here? What about the leveling stuff? Leveling like 1 to 60. I guess we can talk about that specifically. And then endgame progression and difficulties. What about bosses? Farm or the farming meta, I think, is something we can discuss. Something like that. Someone mentioned doors. Ancestrals. I guess Paragon also deserves its own mention here. The skill synergies. I think we're going to talk a lot about builds and class balance anyway. This is going to be like a podcast. Basically, we have like one representative from each class from Maxroll. And we're going to talk a lot about builds in general as well, I guess. Okay, so let's see. We're going to make a call here. All right.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yo, how's it going? I'm gonna put this here for now. Oh my god, Northie is loud. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Hello, Northie. How's it going?
Hello.
Everybody joins and they all keep moving around the screen. How am I supposed to make a picture?
Yes. I'm also trying to set up like a podcast scene here real quick, so let me see that. Let's move this. Alright, how's it going, guys?
Pretty well, pretty well.
I'm over here
It's
calculating.
going.
Is Boiler turning on the cam today? Is it happening? Or is it just gonna show a druid icon? Oh, I see
I
a druid.
was seeing about it.
I see a druid icon, guys. People are asking if Northfire shrunk. Did he shrink?
He got lower in his
Yeah.
seat, definitely.
Looks like the lighting
shorter hair.
is pretty bad, so I'll have to hold off on that.
And shorter hair.
I could sit up, but why would I?
Oh my god, hold on. Everybody else, what are we doing? When did you get a haircut? Where did it go? I've never seen this.
I got a haircut like
There we go.
early July, I think. I was bald, man. You missed it.
That's crazy.
Well,
I didn't
Beat
know-
are certainly looking fresh.
Hey there.
Yo, hey Mippy. Hey Beat Dropper.
Hi.
Northie, do you always have your cam like this when you stream?
Yeah, I just sit very low. Look.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if I actually want to set up like an entire scene now with like 6 people because that's actually quite a headache. So maybe I was gonna go with the Discord layout and maybe a full screen, and I think that's kind of okay. How
Yeah,
about that?
last time I tried it,
That's
was
what
a
I'm doing.
nightmare. So
Yeah, I think we're gonna do that, guys. So is that all fine? Is the audio fine? Let's do a little sound check real quick. So let's start with Beat, then Mippy, Macro, Northie, and Beat Boiler. Can you just like say something for a second, and then chat tells me if everything is okay?
Alright, I'm shitting my pants.
Okay.
hello, hello, hello. This is a test. What's up, guys? It's Mippy here.
Hi everybody,
my
it's
turn
me.
next?
And it better not sound like an annoying screeching noise, or I will scream into the void.
Okay, Northie?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Okay. And Boiler?
Go Druids.
Alright. Yeah, I think looks fine. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure if like Macro is setting... Macro's also streaming, I guess, or so. I'm not sure if he's setting it up
I'm
or...
good. We could just go.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're doing this now. Guys, we're going to have a podcast. So welcome, everyone. We are having the Maxroll Post-PTR Season 6 podcast. I see it as a camera turning on and off.
Don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
Okay, so present are some representatives from each of the classes that we have here on Maxroll. So we have Beatdropper as a Barb, we have Mippy as a Rogue, Macro for the Necros, Nova for the Sorcs, and Boiler as the Druids. All of them here have been with us for a while. Writing guides on Maxroll. Well, Beatdropper is actually a pretty recent addition. But yeah, anyway, welcome everyone. And me as the D4 team lead, I will also just like chime in with my thoughts, but mostly I'm going to be here to moderate and to kind of guide the discussion. So we're setting this up for like roughly, let's say 90 minutes to 2 hours or so. I have prepared a few topics that we want to go through, mostly about, all of the stuff has changed in Season 6 and with the expansion. So we're going to talk about leveling, endgame progression, difficulties, ancestral items, paragons, the runes. Then I guess one really big topic is a class balance. I guess everyone has to say a lot here about that. Yeah, maybe the farming and like the kind of like, progression meta as well, like late game, and maybe some wish lists at the end and some open discussions. So that's kind of the topic list that we have here. I'm going to be keeping an eye on chat as much as I can, but of course I'm going to be, not be able to react very much here. And we can also give shoutouts to everyone here. Everyone here is like also content creators, so we can do that at the end. And then also for the people watching, for example, on YouTube, I'm going to have everything linked there. But yeah, welcome guys. So let's start right away. I think we should talk about the big difficulty rework. So this is, I guess, one of the things that they wanted to test us first on the PTR. The first like 2 days were dedicated to that. And I think we can kind of go in the chronological order here. So what do you guys think about this new old D3 system basically that we got now in Diablo 4?
What does chronological order mean in this context?
I just meant that, like we started with no runes and these kind of things, right? Like when the PTR launched, that was it. But you can start from like the leveling progression. You can talk about the end game. What do you want?
I think, and maybe I'll just start it off with a really easy tee up here. I think that the progression of difficulty is now significantly better for the majority of the player base, which we are not a part of. And for me, I don't actually understand it, and I mostly just want to be in Torment 4 as soon as possible. So like it all kind of seems like nothing for me, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's for the 99% of the people playing this game for, an hour or two every night after work.
Any Did you guys actually level a character maybe from 1 to 60, for example? Have you tried that maybe at the start?
Yep.
Start actually did.
Yeah, same. Did as well.
Okay, so how was your feeling about this, for example, compared to the current, like World Tier 3, World Tier 4, like progression that we have in the live game?
Yeah, I can gladly take this away. So when I was playing, I leveled with Dance and Knives Victimize. It's a great leveling build as well. And I think I started out without doing the strongholds because I didn't know that they were giving so much XP. And I think the leveling experience in general was quite comparable to how it was currently in World Tier 2. After I did the strongholds, it was significantly faster though. And I think leveling is an okay spot in that regard as well. Strongholds might be a little bit fast, to be very honest, but I'd gladly like to hear what you guys think as well.
Oh, you asked if we leveled from 1 to 60. You mean, did we do 10 strongholds? Yeah. No, I leveled twice, actually. Once with Stone Burst and once with Pulverize. And both of them went fairly well, despite the fact that I didn't find Shockwave or Anticline in those runs, respectively. So, like, the main aspects for either one. Same as Mippy the first time around, which I think was Stone Burst. I did it all manually, didn't do any strongholds to kind of cheese my way through. I will say that just about any turn-in in general was giving more XP than I expected, whether it was Helltide chests or Whispers or I don't know what have
Even
you.
the Renown seemed to give quite a lot more than it used to, I think.
Yeah, just turning in step 3 of Renown was giving like half a level for me. So something a little off in the tuning there. But it's hard to say because relative to that, I also was trying to compare what mob XP was getting me, and it wasn't anything spectacular. So I don't know. It might take longer, it might take shorter. It's kind of hard to call.
Yeah, I think generally it's gonna be a bit longer if you look at like the progression, let's say into World Tier 4 on live server. But I guess it's gonna be shorter than leveling to 100 on live server. So that's kind of my impression. And I'm not really sure what's gonna happen with the strongholds, right? The stronghold strat was kind of like, okay, you went to like around level 40 and then you just do all the strongholds because they give you like ridiculous amounts of turn-in XP and you kind of like just boost your way straight to 60 after like 10, 15 strongholds or something. So you didn't have to do like a lot of grinding. I'm not sure it's gonna stay that way.
Yeah, that stronghold kind of gave me like season 0 vibe when just after the beta we were like, okay, let's try to find some technique to like reset the stronghold, swap leader, just to keep doing them over and over and over again. I think Rax made a video back then about it and felt kind of good in that regard. In my case, I didn't level up with the stronghold, just went straight up trying to just use like the base skills. I'm gonna be honest there, didn't felt great for Barbs. I started as Thorns, felt good at the beginning. Then, well, you encounter the known now bugs. So I tried to swap from there and get back to like the usual leveling method that you have, which is like basics plus like core skills. I'm gonna say it's gonna be tough, but probably like the strongest pain points for me was, I mean, I'll probably agree with this with Maxroll, but just staying in expert mode for so long till level 50 felt like pain after a bit. Like I get the initial like leveling you get from going to normal to hard to expert, but the moment you enter expert and you're in full ancestrals, and not full ancestrals, sorry, but full legendaries, you'll feel like everything's a breeze, and you're just waiting to get to 50 to swap.
I mean, you mean 60, not 50?
No, because you unlock penitent at 50.
Ah, okay, you want to stop the difficulty. Ah, so it was a problem for you that Penitent unlocked so late, you want to go there earlier.
Yeah, kinda. Around level 30 to 40 would have been best to me.
It's actually some of the feedback that I also gave. Like, I think at the very highest, it should be like 35 maybe, because if you're twinking, at least then you can wear Mythics and you're just like overpowered anyway. So maybe that would be an idea, or just make it an unlockable thing that you get after your first character or so. So that would also be nice, maybe.
Can definitely see that, yeah.
What about
Personally,
the familiars and the leveling experience on Sorc?
So familiars are one thing, but let me talk about leveling as a whole first. And I feel like getting rid of Capstone Dungeon is a big step back, because like now we have this arbitrary level 50 when we go from one difficulty to another. And well, we are arguing what it should be. Should it be 35? Should it be at something else? But I don't know, it feels way more natural to have it be achievement based. Like if you can clear this, you can go next. Because my personal experience was that I started playing Sorc. I got the new broken skill. I found like a couple useful aspects, and I became completely overpowered. But it was like level 21, and there's 29 more, and I have absolutely no direction. Like, what do? I just go and kill monsters at random spots, and then slowly watch my level go up, and I'm like, oh.
Maybe it's just more of a problem of like being too overpowered when you had these drops. Like, what would you feel if you like weren't so OP, for example? Would you enjoy it more? Nofi?
I don't know. Hard to say.
Okay.
Like I say I got a couple of drops, but literally the only thing I got is the Hydra aspect.
Okay.
That's all it takes.
That's not very much. And yeah, Macro wanted to say something.
I was basically going to ask, did anybody feel a challenge through the first 4 difficulties? And I'll just give you like a very quick breakdown, right? I didn't add an aspect to my gear until level 35 when I found the aspect for my new build, like the Sever. Sever now does triple damage and you can double it on a 2-hander. And I was like, okay, I now have found the relevant aspect for my build. I will add decent aspects to it just so that I'm functional. And then I didn't temper gear until I was level 50 in Penitent. And then I just didn't upgrade my gear until tier 38 pit. So like there was this weird disconnect where it was like, okay, I think by level 60, I should expect to have the aspects for my build. Now let's see what this build does. And I didn't really feel a challenge for the build that I was playing until around like tier 50 to 70 in the pit itself. And then like I went and got 3 ancestral items, and then I'm at tier 100. So again, like these first 4 difficulties, I don't think that there should be a lock to it. I also agree that there should be you kill a boss and you do a thing. I don't know. It's like pretty basic ARPG stuff. If you want to go to the next act, kill a boss, it proves that you learned the mechanic. A lot of people probably wouldn't like that, but to me, it like gives you a checklist of what to do. But it's just like, let me level impenitent, and then I'll just ignore the first 4 difficulties. And if you have a really, really bad build, I guess you won't level in expert. And then we'll go deal with the end game when we get to that and like end game balancing. But did anybody actually feel like challenged from normal, hard, expert, or penitent on the build that you were playing based off of how much stuff you gave yourself?
Damage wise for barbs, yes. Tankiness wise, it was kind of alright.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a class diff a little bit too.
Yeah, Necrosis being OP at leveling is nothing new, I guess. But it does.
The thing though is I wasn't playing minions and I wasn't playing Blood Surge. I was playing Sever Necromancer. It used to be a pretty decent leveling build, but it's nothing to like write home about. Like it has essence issues. It has to wait to apply vulnerable. It has slow attack speed, etc. And like, I don't know, man. I kind of just like sat there and killed everything. And then I hit level 50, got to Penitent, did 10 strongholds, and then I was 60. Like I didn't do strongholds until that point because I was like, I'm done with the early game. I don't need to experience 10 more levels of this basically meaningless challenge.
Yeah, I do agree. I personally kind of enjoyed like doing the capstones myself, like, you know, speedrunning and like seeing how fast I can do like Voltier 3, Voltier 4, and it's really fun, especially in hardcore when it comes down to also like not dying while doing this like severely underleveled. And I kind of sad that they are gone. So I kind of agree with that sentiment. It's like there's like this certain challenge, and you know also like, okay, this is the difficulty now of the monsters, right? And you can like really raise the difficulty massively. You can kind of do this with Penitent now. And it's supposed to represent something like a jump to the next world tier very early, right? I'm not sure exactly what they said about it. And you do need to have some kind of setup for it. But I guess depending on how overpowered you are, it might feel more or less relevant. But I also kind of agree. It's like there's like so much kind of like early game now where previously, you know, if I wanted, I could be like in World Tier 4 in like, I don't know, 1.5 hours or whatever, right? And then I would already start getting like, okay, I get my boss mats now in World Tier 4 when I do Whispers, and, you know, I run Advent Dungeons and I start ranking up my glyphs early, and it kind of just feels good, you know, after just such a short time. And now you have to actually wait like way longer than that to get to 60 to then progress on anything actually relevant, which is a bit, yeah, a longer early game that kind of has no relevance, I feel.
Honestly, my biggest concern, bigger than all of those in terms of progression gaps, is the gap from hitting Penitent, or actually hitting Torment 1, getting into the pit, and then stepping into your first set of Ancestral gear, because the power disparity between regular legendaries and Ancestrals is huge now, right? Not just because of their item power and the stat bands, but also, you know, masterworking and number of tempers that you can apply to it. I mean, it's a big difference in power between the two. And, well, Ancestrals didn't come easy, did they? Unless you talk to the Goblin a bunch.
I agree.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, I think with leveling, it seems like they want to enter like D3 territory where you just, you know, level up to 70 in like 2 hours and then you're basically done with it, right? So I think what would be kind of cool to see. I mean, Penitent, we talked about it. It felt pretty obsolete, right? Like, I basically leveled to 50 and I was like, hey, cool, I can do pits now. And then I went to the pit thing and I was like, huh, you actually need to be 60 to do that. Well, I guess I would slog my way through and, you know, do some strongholds to get 60 quickly because my build was ready. I had the aspects that I wanted because I did the dungeons that I needed them from. And I was like, what do I do now?
Right, yeah, what do you think about the stronghold strat? Do you like that? Do you want that to see that changed maybe? Because right now, actually the strat is to go to normal difficulty to the strongholds because they give you the same XP anyway when you turn in. And it's like not actually scaling with the difficulty. Do you want them to make the strongholds really hard on Penitent and then you go to Penitent, you get like a super burst of XP? Or like what is actually your preference?
No, someone else can take it away, sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll be, like, in my opinion, I'd rather see them almost gone entirely. I feel like the purpose they serve is pretty much gone, so I'll just class them as the same way as the capstone dungeons. Just remove them, remove the fog of war and unlock the caps, unlock the strongholds.
Okay, you really don't like
Yeah,
strongholds.
get rid of it.
Okay.
I'm like the exact opposite. I love the strongholds. I like that they had a purpose. You need to unlock them anyways to like find some of their dungeons. And this past season, like season 5, I didn't do a single stronghold unless I physically needed to because I had a key. I just went like, why would I ever go over there and do that? And a lot of this comes back from Diablo 2, where we like had to go to different places to level at different rates to be efficient. So we would go do this thing. We would go do the Chaos Sanctuary. Then we would do, Bale Pits. Then we would do some cow levels. And there was a reason to go see all this different content that could net you different benefits gear-wise. And that's something that's like distinctly missing from Diablo 4. And this almost approaches it, where like there is a benefit. You do get waypoints. You do have to travel across the map. You do unlock dungeons just in case they happen to be nightmare dungeons. And if they nerf the XP for doing them, I'm going to go back to never running them ever again. And I think they were one of the cooler things about the open world that has been completely eclipsed, basically.
Do you mind if I just like answer to Macro there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, boys. Okay, so the thing I came to realize was that the fact that we do not have, it's not, season 6 is not going to be straight up start the season with all your tempers, right? So you're going to probably have to do like all those codex dungeons to start getting your aspects. So I feel like codex dungeons means you might also have to get back to doing nightmare dungeons, because those nightmare dungeons events give about like 10 to 15% EXP as well, like they giga buff those. So I feel like the gameplay loop, the leveling loop, being much more balanced between the bounties, the hell tides, and the nightmare dungeons, and regular dungeons as well, is plenty enough for you to stay, like, how can I say, busy during the leveling. And I really don't see the point of strongholds outside of them being a little bit of a core that you have to do Legion events or access some of those nightmare dungeons. I get your point totally from like a story lore perspective. I love them as well in that regard. But in the latest season, unlocking all the Legion stronghold was a core. And
Sure.
I don't want them to be like a leveling strategy as well. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about the idea that, let's say, they introduce a new type of whispers that gives you 10 grim favors for completing a stronghold once in a while? It just pops up randomly on your map. That would be
I'll be
something
fine with that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds great for me.
just some
That
random
sounds
thought
like
I had. I was
punishes
like,
you for completing stronghold without a whisper.
I mean,
I thi-
you can still do it, I guess, if you really want a waypoint, right? But yeah.
I think my biggest issue with strongholds, honestly, is just how different the time to complete them is. Like some strongholds are relatively fast, and you can complete them in like even 1 minute or maybe 1.5. And some strongholds take significantly longer, and sometimes it feels like you're punished for not knowing and while leveling, if strongholds are a good leveling method, for not knowing which of the strongholds are those that are fast to clear. And I do agree with Macro. It's kind of cool from a lore standpoint to do these strongholds and stuff. But I generally think right now, as we saw them on PTR, they maybe give a little bit too good XP. Like it's fine that they're like a good alternative to just, leveling in Helltides or Nightmare Dungeons. But I don't think they should massively overshadow these, because as we saw them now, they were the best source of XP, hands down. And I think this is a little bit problematic.
Okay. Yeah, so some interesting like back and forth here. Boiler, do you have some input? Boiler? Okay.
Well, Boiler's forced to do at least one stronghold, right? Because he literally has to as a druid.
Yeah, don't rub that in. But yeah, no, our class mechanics is in a weird spot. I mean, strongholds are simply overtuned, right? They're doing too much right now. I like that whisper cache idea. I think that'd be pretty cool to do that periodically. 10 seems a little high. Maybe give it 5, because it is kind of comparable in time usually to a nightmare dungeon, right?
Well, it's like a one-time thing, right? You can't repeat a stronghold, so that's why.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. They're way too overtuned, and let's not forget they're currently somewhat abusable too, right? In parties, because you can, as it turns out, repeat a stronghold right now.
Yeah, but I think that's getting fixed anyway, so I wouldn't really count on that being in the game.
Hopefully.
It's certainly getting fixed, guys, right?
Copium.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, otherwise I would like to move on and talk about the endgame progression a little bit more. So Maxroll already pointed out a few things when he progressed with his Necro. It was super easy to get to, like, the higher torments and stuff. And personally, I had kind of the same impression when I leveled a Rogue. When I was in Torment 1, I was playing Barrage, Victimized Rogue, mostly, which is a fairly solid build, fairly good to level. I started with Arrow Storms and then transitioned to that. And it kind of just worked really well, and I felt like I didn't even need like lots of the Ancestrals or anything. Like I had like, okay, like some random drop here and there. When I was in Torment 1, I got a few things, and then I found like an 800 item power weapon. And after that, I just like stopped caring about my gear, and I just progressed mostly through glyphs. I was just like pushing in the pit and leveling my glyphs, and I just felt the power grow all the way until I was in Torment 4. And I was like, okay, what now? So that was like my impression. So how was it for you, and what do you think about it?
What does the Sorc look like in early Torment, Northie?
I have very limited experience with early Torment. I only did like one progression run with slightly overpowered build, so yeah, I killed everything. And then, yeah. That's kind of it. And after that, I just used the little dancing guy.
No, we just killed everything. That's the story.
I mean, the lightning spear goes, bzz, There's nothing much to say.
What about Mippy and Beat Dropper and Border?
Yeah, on Rogue, I think the progression through the Torment tiers was actually quite fun. I played Dance of Knives with momentum in the early leveling and like the early Paragons. Just because I didn't have like access to Fist of Fate yet for big lucky chance to properly utilize Victimize. And like progressing through the Torment tiers actually felt rewarding, and like going up the pits, it felt good because you leveled up your glyphs and your character became stronger, and you noticed that while doing higher pit tiers, like you noticed the challenge was increasing, but you also noticed like your player power was increasing. And I think that was kind of good. So yeah, like the progression through the tournaments was fine. I was just a little bit stumped to see that Tournament 4 is only like picked 65, because once you had like your build together and you had like maybe an ancestral or two, or maybe unique or two that actually like benefits your build, you're just blasting through it. Like the challenge was quite low on T4. So going through the tournaments was cool, but it ended a little bit too early, basically.
Boiler, you want to have a go?
I'm not gonna lie. As much as I said I feared that part of the progression, I skipped it for the most part. But what I got from leveling up to T1 or so and playing a little bit in early T1 is druids are kind of in their same old spot where you're kind of just hoping for a meaningful drop, whether that's Aftershock or Shockwave or, Lightning Dancers, I guess now Anticline with Stoneburst. You're kind of just looking to see what drops for you and playing what you get. I think is still the best approach for leveling even that deep. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a dice roll, especially because our normal go-to aspect of the Calm Breeze seems to have a lot less effect than it has in the past couple of seasons.
Okay, so it was kind of hard for the druids in general, you mean? Because I felt like as a rogue, it was kind of a breeze, just going all the way from like 1 to 60 and then torments. And it was kind of like, yeah, rogues are in a very good spot right now. Probably the overall strongest class, I guess. If you don't count like, some super OP builds that pop up on like, Lightning Spear, Sorc, or a Bone Spirit or something. I guess rogue probably has the most good stuff.
Infinite damage barb.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it like overly hard either. It was just, it could be a lot better because a lot of these aspects enhance your skills in different ways and give them a lot more AoE, which is something Druid kind of struggles with. I mean, it wasn't like, oh man, this is awful, But it could have been a lot better if you get something lucky along the way. And we don't really have a way to force that out.
Yeah. So what do you think about Torment 4 being the end game difficulty, like the highest like outdoor world difficulty? Like Blizzard has talked about, okay, they want to apply like this profane mind cage system to everything basically, where, you know, this was kind of like the reason behind this difficult rework that they gave us a place, right? Where, okay, you can scale the difficulty to your character and you can get more efficiency out of it, more rewards, but you're not really locked out of anything. So that's the idea behind the torment levels. So do you genuinely like that? Do you think this has succeeded in actually making, you know, the, let's say, Whispers and Hell Ties and so on more interesting once you are, like, you know, in the actual late game, compared to, for example, the live servers now with World Tier 4?
I think it has succeeded, but it really depends on your play style, right? One of the disconnects is that you are in Torment 4 once you hit pit 65. If you have a build that can go do pit 100, everything else is still at pit 65 difficulty, because the overworld doesn't level up with every single pit tier that you've done. It's just the torment level. And I think if you're somebody who, like, your build like just got over like 14 minutes 30 seconds, you killed the boss, you unlock Torment 4, and now you're going and doing Torment bosses and you're doing Helltide, you're going to experience that difficulty. And I think you're actually going to have like a really meaningful progression of better GA drops. You're going to go get your masterworking materials. You're going to be like 6 out of 12, 8 out of 12. And then you're going to go finish the pit. I think that's realistic for the majority of players. And in that way, it has succeeded. That isn't how I approached testing it out myself, because, well, one, it's kind of hard when you have infinite resources to go determine how many resources you should have at any moment. I basically gated myself via gear rather than like perfect aspects or whatever. And I didn't find a need to have more than 3 GA items. I didn't even have full 750 items. And like I hadn't even put in Paragon points yet in Torment 2, to give you an idea. I had 0 Paragon and made it to Torment 3. And I was like, okay, now I can put in some Paragon. So I added 1 board, and if that wasn't working, I added a 2nd board, and if that wasn't working, and so on. I never got past 4 boards until I was trying to do tier 100. So I think it actually did successfully create a progression model that people will be able to enjoy. I am waiting for the hard content for people who are blasters, though. Like, I am still waiting for that cutoff point. I don't know if it can exist, but I am still currently waiting for that, at least on the Necro, which is saying a lot, I think.
I mean, I think they put some points on the scale. I just think those points are not far enough in between each of them.
I see. Novi has come back, guys.
No. I'm too lazy to come back, so I tilt the camera.
Okay. Anyway. Any other voices here about, like, you know, Torment 4 difficulty? What do you think?
Like,
Too easy.
Oh yeah, boiler, please. Go ahead.
You know, I wouldn't have been too upset to see Torment 5 and Torment 6 also come out at this point, except for the Armored and Reds penalties that are going to be associated with that, because that's already next to impossible to solve unless you're a Strength or Int class. But, yeah. I don't know. I feel that way too. So, like, you even had an experience, Woody, right, on Shout Druid, right, where you're requiring this poison, and if it's a T100 capable build, and you're going back to overworld content and World Tier 4, that, you know, everything just dies too quickly. You can't spread rabies and apply your poison to everything in order to hit them with your Shout. So, stuff like that is kind of funny to see, and yeah, you kind of wish you could amp up the difficulty just so that, like, you don't have to jump through hoops to make your build function again, right? Or you know, scale yourself down to make it work properly. And that was a pretty awkward moment there to see.
Yeah. I gotta say exactly what you mentioned right now with, like, for example, the Flash and Druid. I guess many builds have that kind of problem where you have, like, basically, as you progress through the difficulty system now, from Torrent 1 to 4, and then even higher to level your glyphs, you're always in like eternal pushing mode, basically, right? You make like a setup that is like not necessarily like Omega speed farming, but it's more like, okay, more sturdy, more DPS, and so on. You know, kind of like how you would try to go in the higher pit right now in a live server. But then eventually you reach that point where you are in Torrent 4, and then you keep scaling up, and suddenly stuff becomes too easy, I feel, right? And then you get back to that point where, okay, the overworld, everything just kind of explodes. So I need to make my setup faster. I have to make my speed farming build now, and I have to, you know, include my double mobility aspects and whatever, right? In order to actually have like a solid farming build. And it's like, I thought that this would be exactly the thing that we would avoid now, where it's more beneficial to kind of like stay in a bit like slower paced gameplay, right? Where like in this pushing setup, and it's like, you know, you have like maybe a combo that you do with your build, right? Instead of just like rushing through and exploding the entire screen. And I found that to be very enjoyable as I was progressing through the torments, but I felt like that part was just like too short. It's like, okay, I progressed through everything, and now I'm in Torrent 4, and now I'm at the point where it just feels like World Tier 4 in Season 5 again, and everything just explodes. Yeah. And I think that was kind of like a huge missed opportunity here, which may be part of just, you know, too strong builds or something. Maybe Blizzard just didn't expect us to be that strong, and they actually expected Torment to be like way harder than it actually was. Or Torment 4 at least, right? Or Pit 60 or whatever, like that goes with it. Maybe we are just too OP, basically. And if they readjust things, we might get back to that point where you actually need to like more invest into your damage and defense instead of just speed and exploding up the entire screen. Because that was actually something that I was really looking forward to have like, you know, I have my build, you know, that is the build. I don't have like 7 different variations where I do like speed farming for Helltide and then Infernal Hordes and then this, and like I always tweak like seven different things until it's kind of optimized for that thing. I was thinking, okay, I have that build, I will keep working on that one build, and this is what I'm gonna stay with all the time, because I always want to push against something very difficult, and it just didn't happen at all. So that was very sad for me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is exactly what happened for my rogue, especially. I was basically grinding up the cliff levels on the first 2 days where we were doing like the progression without the boost stuff. And once I grind up the pit levels on the glyphs, I was like, well, my glyphs are in a decent spot now, like all 70 plus. How about doing some nightmare dungeons to gain some masterworking materials? And what I realized was I don't need any damage. I could just drop all like 4 or 5 of my damage aspects and trade them for pure mobility, like invest in the cooldown reduction to get dash and shadow step faster. And this is what the progression is going to be. Like, you're going to be leveling up your glyphs in the pit, right? And then you will realize, oh, my glyph's on a good spot. Let me get some masterworking materials. And then you suddenly find yourself just annihilating the whole content. And then you ask yourself, why do I even keep leveling my glyphs if I can already like get very close to the highest tier? I could just keep leveling them, then I clear the highest tier, and that's it. And yeah, maybe Infernal Hordes tier 10 or whatever it's going to be in season 6 then. Or I don't know, tier 8, tier 9, tier 10, whatever they're going to add. Is this going to be the challenge that we're looking for? Is any of the expansion content going to be the challenge? I don't know. But right now on PTR, there was no challenge. And the progression was just done after you had essentially cleared tier 100. Which is a little bit sad because, hey, I got all my cool glyphs to level 100 now. I want to do something cool with it. But there's just nothing to do. Which is very unfortunate because tormented bosses, also World Tier 4, were basically also getting one-shot.
It's very interesting in the fact that, like, the question was, what do they do at Nightmare Dungeons? Because nobody likes running them. Like, I don't level glyphs above 15 right now, because what do I care about 50 more additive damage on the Necromancer? It doesn't really do anything for me. And it was like, oh, okay, they move glyphs into the pit. That makes sense. Now I have a reason to go do the Nightmare Dungeons because I'm going to need that masterworking material. When it's almost like the exact... It should almost go straight back to being the opposite, where it's like, you do your Nightmare Dungeons to get your glyph experience to actually become strong enough to go get the reward, which is maxing out your gear. Like, that people don't care about glyph level 100, right? They don't wear a glyph level 100 on their character. When they open up the character screen, they don't see their glyph level 100. They see their cool 12 out of 12 GA starred masterwork gear, and that's the thing you're working towards. I would rather do my homework to get the gear, to get the stuff to be strong enough to go finish that part of the progression, rather than I guess I'll go get masterworking materials because I've hit a power plateau and I need to cap my crit, or I need to cap my attack speed, or whatever it is. And it made complete sense when they said it out loud, but going through and doing it myself, I was like, oh, I don't even really need to masterwork my gear, because the moment that I unlock level 46, I'm going to gain 25% damage multiplier. So my gear won't give me a 25% damage. It's just that simple, right? It kind of needs to flip-flop again. It's still not great, but at least there's a reason to go do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seemed very weird to me.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's actually one of the things I did enjoy, despite kind of like shitting on those key capstone dungeons, was that after each capstone you had to get some new sacred gear or ancestral gear, and you were reaching that plateau, as you said, where you needed to get the new gear to go to the next level. During the PTR, I didn't feel that in between level 1 to Torment 4. Like, I think I kept half my gear was from back when I was level 30 or something. And I never felt the need to farm new gear to get to that next Torment level, to get to that next 10 P tiers. At no point. Yeah.
Let me ask a question. So it seems like everyone is kind of like on the same boat, in the same boat. Like, it's like, okay, it's kind of easy to progress through the Torment levels. I'm not sure if Boiler has spoken on this now, but I guess you probably would have had like a similar experience anyway, even on a Druid, with everything involved. So what would you guys think it would be like if the jumps between each Torment level were twice as hard? Like, you know, it gets times 2, times 2, times 2, times 2 again, from what it is now. How would you enjoy that?
That will be more in line with what I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, that's also what I expected, to be fair, but it's not what we had. So what do you think about that, though?
I mean, I think something like that has to happen because, you know, they may have kicked this can down the road a little bit here, but it's kind of like Macro was saying, if you've reached the summit and you're clearing pit 100 and you're doing it consistently and you can get all your glyphs, you know, to what end? What next? What am I doing that for? What's the next thing I go and do? And the answer is everything else in the game is easier than that. So
to this point, and somebody in chat just brought it up, there is a piece of the puzzle that we can't speculate about because we don't know it, but like conceivably the Citadel also has scaling difficulty, and the things that it rewards you with are interesting enough to want to go do it. So like conceivably it's Citadel and then you beat it, and then you beat Exalted Citadel, and then you beat whatever Heroic Citadel is. I guess that's what we're supposed to go do with all of this power. But without that information, the current loop of the game, I would go so far as to say, I believe it is too easy. And it's the devs like said, like most people won't get to tier 4. I don't see people not speed farming tier 4 on every single build that isn't literally F tier trash in the current format, ignoring the Citadel.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the point is pretty clear that, yeah, at least for people that know the game well, I also see many comments in chat, for example, of people that played on PTR and said that it was just kind of easy to get there. So I think we're not the only ones here. I can understand that there's also a lot of more casual players that probably won't get there, and they see us talk about this like it's like the easiest thing in the world, and fair enough, right? I guess that's also part of the reason why this difficulty system exists, to kind of give, you know, players of all kinds something to work towards. And I think for the experienced players, though, it is a problem. Like for people that have played, you know, pre-expansion, for people that are, you know, deep in the game and in the theory crafting and so on. So there probably should be something done here. Anyway, let's talk about the next topic here. What do you think about the ancestral item system in general? And how did you experience it when you're trying to farm your gear? Like, do you like that? Do you like the low drop rates? What do you think about, you know, how hard it is to get your build like actually done? You know, imagine a world where you would need that gear, let's say. So let's go with that.
Just to start it off, like I'm obviously hogging way too much time. I do want to keep in people's minds the known bug that was Ancestral drop rate was not actually scaling with Torment. We actually didn't see what item drop rate looks like because we weren't getting the benefits we were supposed to. So like that little grain of salt on top when we're having the discussion.
Oh, I didn't realize actually that was a known bug. Okay. Do you know if it is also applied to the pit? Because personally, I felt in the high pits, I felt like I was getting GAs pretty consistently. Like, you know, one a run or one every 2 runs or something on like a 90 or 80.
90 plus, I felt the GA drop rate. Like I got even a 3 GA item. Holy crap, it was wild. It was the best ring I've ever seen in my life. But
yeah,
before that,
for the next season.
Yeah, exactly. It had relevant stats, excuse me. But I mean, literally before I hit tier 90, I dropped 3 GA items, some gloves, a chest piece, and a weapon. None of them were for my build. I put them on, I doubled my output. It was insane. It was crazy.
It was quite different for me actually. Like I was grinding through the pit tiers, and I started dropping ancestrals even in like tier 40ish. So after like every second pit or something that I cleared, every 3 tiers jumped, obviously, I kind of got a GA every time, and maybe I was just insanely lucky, but that aided my progression. Like you progress your character through getting the glyph levels, and then you progress your character again through getting ancestrals. But I do agree that overall, especially on T4 and on tier 100, the drop rate of ancestrals was absolutely too low. Like, getting like 1 ancestral every second tier 100 run or something is just not it. And especially we're talking about the 1 GA item. Like I can count the number of 2 GA or even 3 GA items that I got through the entirety of PTR on one hand that were not obtained from gambling or from the boost merchant. So this is absolutely too low.
Yeah, I concur on that. It felt like season 4, if you removed Helltides, when it comes to like GA drop rates, just felt bad. But well, I'm a nerfed barb, so I was just stuck in pit 80 for all my life.
It's not that bad for the bars, is it?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Okay, what about Northy and Boiler?
Well, yeah, I mostly agree that it felt like way too low. Like it's easy enough to find like just an ancestral item when you need it, like your ancestral weapon or whatever. But to find an ancestral item, well, like exactly the one that you need with the right stats with Jayon, the right stats is like completely fucking balanced around trading drop rate, the dice of cringe.
Okay.
Shall we talk about GA main stat amulets, or have you seen one?
I saw a few actually. I actually saw a few, but I also gambled them like crazy, so that doesn't count. Probably.
About that topic with the amulets, like I think the amulet thing, it's actually fairly common, this main stat on the amulet now.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a very good stat for every build, and it's really common. So I think that's definitely an upside there on amulets. But I think Boiler wants to speak, so sorry to interrupt you. Let Boiler speak now.
No, it's just back to the. I'm mostly going to say the same stuff anyway. Ancestrals, you know, I don't really mind the fact that there is a chase for gear like that. You know, I want to strive for that, but at the same time, I think I agree with the consensus here that it is a little bit too harsh right now. I think you could double the number of ancestrals dropping, and it would still feel more appropriate than it does now.
Yeah, but maybe it was just this bug actually also coming in that Macro mentioned. I wasn't aware of that actually, that there was actually this drop rate bug of Ancestral. So maybe it is roughly double on Torment 4 or so, and then this would be exactly that, I guess.
The one thing that we didn't really touch on here, but I wanted to pick your opinions on it. How do you like Sacred Items 2.0, which is just item power 750? Because we got rid of Sacred because we were going to go from Legendary to Ancestral. And 70% of my gear was all item power 750 or below, and I enjoyed my 1 temper of a primary resistance or a 1 temper of armor, and then my amulet had resource cost reduction. It was pretty sick, dude. It was wild getting that resource cost reduction. But how are we liking that and the impact it'll have on unique items especially pre-Ancestral, now being like kind of significantly stronger than they were before in comparison to what your legendary gear will offer you. It's a weird byproduct.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, I like them, except unless they are like, I'll be fine with just the new Sacred 2.0, as you call them, unless, well, like if I needed only one ancestral item, that will be the amulet, as I said, just because the stat boost is much too important. Gloves or any other piece of armor, I'm fine with them being 750. The affix bonuses on ancestral is just low outside of main stat again. So yeah, that's my point. Sorry, Witty.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it didn't really feel like Sacred 2.0 to me. Okay, I had like some 750s for a while, but I also had like some items that were like 700 or 680 or 720 or like, you know, the stuff that I got from like between 50 to 60 while leveling. And then it was just like, okay, yeah, maybe whatever Ancestor dropped, I just tried to fit it in, you know, as even if it had crappy stats, I just kind of equipped it because it has really high stats. I think in general, maybe the jump in the power between those is too large. Because, okay, Ancestors are the endgame type, like quality of loot, but why does it have to be such a jump, right? Like, first of all the stats are like 25% higher or so, roughly. And then you get the second tempo on top of it, and then you're, okay, I guess you don't have much masterworking mods on your first character, but, you know, you also can masterwork more. Yeah, realistically, it won't really masterwork beyond 4, like, for a while, I guess. But it is another, you know, factor here, I guess. But I guess the second temper is probably the biggest part missing here.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, if you could at least temper items twice after, let's say, a certain item power, like say 600 plus, we can do 2 tempers or something. I'm not sure if there could be like some kind of distinction between the items. I guess we're back to sacreds then or something. On the other hand, I didn't feel like, for example, compared to live server, I would have to replace all of my gear and then, you know, like half an hour later, replace all of my gear again because I now have ancestrals. So it felt like a bit more like naturally I would find an item here, I would find an item there, and I would, you know, drop them into my setup as they come in, basically. And it's not like, okay, I'm in normal difficulty, and now I have an entire set of sacreds, and then I have an entire set of ancestrals. So this is, I guess, the advantage that comes in here with the new system. It doesn't feel as required.
Yeah, refarming stuff at item power 750, you know, obviously is useful. But I think the part that's missing there and the reason that feels kind of, you know, jerky to have to, or like you're obligated to refarm a set of gear, is because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I didn't really see any 750 item drops from like level 50 to 60. It seemed like you get to 60 and the switch flips and everything is 750. But before that, I really wasn't getting any 750 drops at all. And that used to, you know, be allowed. You know, I think they made it, what, level 90 monsters or 95 monsters and up can drop max eye level stuff now. Something like that should exist and doesn't seem to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty true, yeah.
Maybe there could be like an item power boost if you're like in a certain difficulty, like if you're impenitent, for example, or an expert. Maybe it just gives like, you know, let's say plus 10 or plus 20 to the item power of the items that drop, so that you would actually reach the 750 like a few levels early, like say from 55 onwards or something like that. How would that feel?
Well, better than it does. Either way, you know, because I guess I don't have monster levels anymore, right? But yeah, I guess that would be a solve.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Macro wanted to say something, I think, or maybe.
Yeah, it was mostly just doubling down on some things. Like there are builds that feel really bad if you can't put a utility temper onto your gear now that they've moved so much like duration onto your armor. But I needed res or I needed literal armor to be able to cap out, and it was just sitting there like, okay, I don't know if anybody saw it. I had a character where all the armor on the left side was just main stat, maximum life, armor, or res, and then I tempered on armor or res, and that was 5 pieces of gear. It didn't matter what they were. They just all had armor, res, max life, and core stat, and I went, that's my itemization. That's what I've put together. And then I just took that and it worked on every single build, because oddly enough, if you solve for survivability, you will eventually kill stuff. And that felt very, very flat to me, but it wasn't an option for something more interesting to do with it, because I was waiting on ancestral drops, which I got 3 of before we could boost. A weapon, gloves, and a chest piece. it didn't matter what the stats on them were. I was like, sick, I can go temper on my alt duration now. Now I actually have like a real tool for this build that's distinctly different.
Yeah, but personally, sorry, I thought you're done. Okay,
no, that's fine. That's
okay.
fine.
I can just explain my situation, and it was actually very, very similar to yours. It's like, okay, I just need armor, I need res, I try to get it everywhere. But on the other hand, I think it felt really good once I got out of that, kind of like hole, you have to dig yourself out slowly. You finally get an ancestral, and you finally have that option to put something else in your gear, and eventually you can finally slot in even a unique item that you may find. And you actually feel that progression, and you kind of feel like, all these like res rolls and armor rolls slowly disappearing because you can replace them with stronger rolls, and then you can actually slot in other stuff. And I found that actually to be very good, to be honest.
I think that felt very good until I finally allowed myself to make the highest level gems and actually allowed myself to put in Paragon. Like I just went and picked up all my armor and res in my Paragon, and whatever DR I could, I put in maximum gems. So now I had, 600 or whatever armor in my jewelry and 150 int per gem slot. And I went, oh, okay, that kind of took away that part of figuring it out. I had the most fun when I was refusing to allow myself to add power to my build. And I'm wondering what somebody else's experience is going to be in that same system when they are desperate for whatever stat they can get. It was fun to limit myself. I agree, if it organically causes that woody, that's a good experience. It's a very big teaching moment for players as well. I just don't know if everybody's going to have that experience.
Any other opinions here?
I mean, the thing for me was like, and I kind of want to go back to the 750 thing. 750 items 100% felt like sacreds to me. Limited to 4 masterworks, only 1 temper. That's pretty much the same thing. And the power gap between them and 800s is so huge that even if you find like a sacred 750 version of a unique that is beneficial to your build, you will probably not play it. You will just play if it's a weapon, you'll just play the 800 weapon that you find because it's just so much more DPS, and you get like full masterworks. You get 2 tempers, like a weapon temper and an offensive temper that potentially scales your build. So I think this is not great. Like the gap between that is just too big. Like it would be okay for item power to scale a little bit more organically, or for 750 to not be so much worse than 800. And also, like, 800s do have a guaranteed creator effect, so even more power locked behind that. I think this is. I kind of feel like it makes sense. Like, I get the idea behind it, right? But it just feels so bad in practice, and I really would like to see some change here.
All right. Yeah, so lots of good suggestions and opinions here on the Ancestrals. Let's move on to the next topic, which is Paragon. So we have a new Paragon system, maximum 300 levels, 1 point per level. It's now separate and shared between your characters. 5 boards only, and the glyphs, of course, that are much more potent than before. So what do you guys think about that new system compared to the old? Maybe Boiler or North, you want to join him in here?
Well,
boy, I'm trying to find nice things to say about it, to be honest.
I can do it. The nice thing is that it takes longer to farm. They're not instantly done on the second day.
Hey,
This elongated progression for the last 100 levels is nice, but yeah, the points themselves, oof.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of things to call out about this. Like, one is like Druid Paragon boards are pretty cool, and we have some builds right now in Season 5 that are using as many as 6 legendary nodes. And obviously that won't be possible, so they get knocked down in the meta automatically by virtue of this change. The other thing, too, is like, yes, the Paragon points take longer to get, but when you're talking about progressing from Paragon 200 to Paragon 300, you're mostly talking about going from additive damage node to additive damage node and literally getting nothing for 5-10 Paragon points at a time. except for like some dex or int or
Actually, not true.
maybe not even your main stat.
Additive damage not sucks, so you just go +5 int. It's even better.
Well, I mean, we're getting like 4,000 of that now, right? I actually find that my additive damage and main stat are becoming comparable numbers right now.
Okay, so they brought back everything from D3 after all, even the +5 main stat. Yeah.
Yeah.
The really, really interesting. So basically, I'll say the same thing about the progression as I said here. I think that they've made the Paragon system significantly better for 99% of the player base, because people, A, hated Paragon, B, didn't like trying to figure it out, C, couldn't figure it out. And regardless of the number of resources you put out, they end up just copying your board, because it was impossible to intuit what the minute differences between one person's setup and another person's setup really was at the end of the day. And your game knowledge directly translated to how much damage you could get out of your Paragon. Now that's not the case. You just pick up every single good node that says it does something for your build, and then you max out your glyphs. You can't spend them in any other way. For me, it's putting me out of a job a little bit. Oddly enough, people aren't going to need my Paragon boards as much because it's just pick up every single node. But like outside of the idea of being a content creator, it's very, very simple. I think the only major blunder that they did was adding in the eliminator glyph. They added in, Glyph of Tears 2. Or Glyph of Blood. What was it called in AOZ? Whatever that was.
Tears of Blood.
Tears of Blood.
Tears of Blood. Yeah.
They
It's
added
called
in
Headhunter on other classes, by the way.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's
Unless
the
you're a
glyph that
druid,
says.
then you get both.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
Druid has
the-
two for some reason, yeah, but there's different glyphs for every class. But yeah, there's the main stat stacking glyph is what you mean.
Yeah, the glyph that gives you damage to elite monsters and gives you 500 of every stat as long as you click every button within range of it. I don't know what that's supposed to be, other than they were like, oh, damn, there's going to be 323 Paragon points and nowhere to put them. What do we do? I guess we'll make a glyph that everybody will use and you will just fill it out. I don't know what the purpose of that thing is, other than to be a Paragon point sink, and I hate it very much.
Directly to that, this is only the 7th best glyph on Rogue.
Yes. On
Mathematically.
many rogue builds, I actually did not put that glyph, to be fair.
I didn't use this glyph in a single Rogue build because others are just better. And that's absolutely hilarious considering how powerful it is.
Here's the fun part. We're supposed
the
to
hell?
get both of those glyphs, but we couldn't get either one in PTR. They didn't drop and they didn't come from the boosts. So I would love them, but I didn't get to put them anywhere.
Okay. I had a pretty different experience for Barbs with that glyph. I actually like it because the stat boost it gives to your willpower, which interacts with your resource generation and overpower, and the boost it gives you to your intelligence, which has an influence on your all res, but the strength as well. So all of it was kind of nice because it kind of gave you like a groundwork of stats that allowed you to be flexible on some aspects or gems or affixes even. I did not like the fact that it is indeed just slot the gem and then try to draw inside without touching the borders. So it's kind of like reductive in that sense, but I think it's fine and I kind of like that glyph. But the main change I think I loved about the Paragon was that they removed the defensive nodes from within the glyph and put them on the peripheral rare nodes. And I kind of like it because it gives you purpose to go deep into the board now. And not basically just go one corner to another.
I definitely see that, but I personally am very sad boards are limited to 5. I did like trying to find creative ways to incorporate as many legendary glyphs and legendary nodes, into a build through clever pathing and stuff. This is mostly gone now. Now it's only like, did I rotate the board correctly and took the shortest path? Yes, I did. And everything else really doesn't matter because I have 328 points So I can pick out every single dexterity +5 note that there is. In general, I think it gives, like, the 5 board limitation forces you to make a choice between between the legendary nodes and glyphs that you have. But this is an illusion of choice because there are always 5 mathematically superior ones, and then there's the rest. So it's not a question about, I think this is great. It's more a question of, okay, I figured out which the mathematically best choice is. Now I just need to rotate the boards in the correct order, and then I pick every single note, and I'm done.
And they have 50 points left.
And have 50 points left.
Points left,
Exactly. So this is not interesting from a build maker's perspective. I can see Macro's point, though, that it's more intuitive now. And, well, given that most boards sort of give same-ish legendary effects, like in terms of strength. On Rogue, basically every single legendary node is 25% in some capacity, right? Some condition is tied to things, some other condition is for another. Because it's basically that. Like you if you take 5 boards and take 5 legendary nodes, you will have that kind of bonus, and you will be okay if you can activate them in some very, very simplistic capacity. So I do agree with Macro. It's more intuitive for the casual player, and the casual player will probably be fine because he doesn't need to have the 8-board pathing dance, right? that we have done in the previous seasons, where we pick up legendary nodes through some very obscure pathing that is absolutely not intuitive. So while I personally, as a build maker, hate this change, I can see the point of this is better for the casual player who does not look at build guides.
Yeah, I gotta say, personally, my experience is also kind of mixed. Like, I'm on one hand, I'm with Mippy, like, okay, man, it's really cool to figure out this perfect pathing and then try to squeeze out those last 3 points somewhere so you can pick up that thing that you couldn't reach before or something. On the other hand, I don't know, it's also kind of relaxed. It's like, you know, I picture myself in Season 6 right now, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna log in, I'm gonna start blasting, no planner, just go, right? And I start leveling up 1 to 60, and then I unlock the Paragons, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, what do I do? Okay, that's like, I'd pick these 5 nodes, and these are the 5 nodes I need to remember, and I will just pick them in the order, and then, okay, I check out the glyphs, and I take these 5 glyphs, and I just put them there, and I'm done with it. So on the other hand, it's kind of like, you know, you log in, and you start blasting, and especially if we're talking about like the more casual perspective, I think this is probably also how most people approach it if they don't following a guide. So it's like much better to kind of just like engage with the system now, versus, you know, people that really sit there for like 2 hours min-maxing like every single point on their board to then squeeze out this extra last 10% DPS or something like that. I can kind of understand that this is frustrating for a lot of people. And also personally, not necessarily something I will miss too much, I think. So on one hand, yeah, there is like a bit of this high-end stuff that's gone missing, but I don't think that the game is really worse for it. I guess the bigger problem here is that, number one, the glyphs are just too strong, I think. I think the glyphs just kind of scale way too crazy compared to what they were. Like, they give you like thousands of % of additive damage, and then they have the legendary bonuses. In some cases, they double dip and give you the extra multipliers. And also, they're just not really special, right? These legendary effects, they don't really adding any kind of like real flavor. In some cases, they just completely kill the glyph. Like Necro and Sorcs have that problem, I think, a lot. And even Barbs as well, where some glyphs are just completely unusable now because of the legendary bonuses.
Even Rogue.
Rogue kind of got the best here, I think. And if you look at the other classes, it's just like despair everywhere, because you have stuff like only damage to healthy enemies or only damage to injured enemies or something like that. That's just, it's like unusable basically. And that is really what upsets me the most here, that some glyphs that I used to really love and put in like every single build, or something like Undaunted, I think on the Brute or something has something like that, I believe. Or was it on Barb? I'm not sure.
Barb.
But yeah, Barb, yeah. It also has like this effect now where it's like the legendary effect just makes it unusable, right? And it's like, man, why did they do that? And why didn't they give them some cooler effects? You know, it's just like damage. Okay, you do 20% damage to elites, you do 20% damage to a vulnerable, you do 20% more poison damage. Yeah, okay. I already get exactly that effect anyway from the primary effect, right? Like the exploit glyph gives me vulnerable anyway, and the bane glyph gives me poison anyway. And why do they just double down on exactly the same thing that it already does, instead of giving us something cool? So that's really what I'm upset about.
I would also like to be upset about this for a hot second, and I would like to bring up the Blood Drinker glyph. Hi, everybody. I'm Macrobio On the Necromancer, we have a glyph that has the audacity to say additive damage while healthy. Okay, sure. Back in the day, that made sense. Blood orbs fortify you. That also used to make a lot of sense. Nowadays, we click one skill and we fortify 100%. So like it has been long overdue for an overhaul. And its legendary bonus is it grants you 24% multiplicative damage while you're healthy. That's sick. Except every other glyph gives you 10% damage and then 20% damage. So for it to outperform them, it would have to grant you 33% damage while healthy, and it still wouldn't give you a cool effect. Just like mathematically, some of the glyphs make absolutely no sense. And in a season where ostensibly we're trying to have a stat squish and we're trying to get away from billions and trillions and infinite of damage, the fact that the legendary power of glyphs have double and quadrupled our damage output is like wild bananas to me. How cool would it have been if your darkness glyph now adds the darkness skill tag to your core skill? How cool would it have been if this defensively focused glyph says that you have like innate block chance? Like, I wish the glyphs offered you something that allowed you to legitimately change the gear that you are wearing, or afforded you affixes and allowed you to like swap those things out, rather than just saying you do 20% more of the damage you were already doing. Good job. You played the level up your glyph game. It's like, it's completely the opposite of theoretically what the purpose of a lot of this change was. And it's just like, here it is. I'm like, cool. I've done nothing.
Do you want some other wild glyph examples? I can give you 2 from Rogue.
Let's go.
Okay, so for Rogue, we have a very beloved glyph in the community that is Tracker. Tracker makes absolutely no sense now, because in a build where you want to scale, where you want to use Tracker, you probably use mixtures, the new key passive on Rogue, which is scaling imbuement based on non-physical damage that they have. Tracker increases poison damage with this legendary effect, but the additive effect is damage to poisoned enemies. That does not count as non-physical damage. So the additive scaling doesn't matter. You just put 25 points into it, don't care about it. And while the legendary effect of increasing the poison duration is great, even with that, and the legendary effect that gives poison damage, it's still inferior to 3 other glyphs that you could use. So Tracker does not end up being in the build that it is designed for, which is absolutely stupid, unfortunately.
Oh, I talk about the poison imbue bug where it doesn't profit from the damage to poisons, or what?
Exactly.
Okay.
And also, like, damage to poison enemies does not scale the key passive at mixtures, because you need non-physical damage, and that doesn't count. So that's a little bit unfortunate on that. And then we have Frost Feeder. That glyph exists.
Oh, really?
If you guys don't know Frost Feeder, look it up. It's horrible.
I kind of wanted to double down on that, especially for what Maxroll said. Some of the glyph, like the power differences, are just way too wild. I think I speak for everyone here when I mention all those glyphs that have bonus to magic nodes. And since most of these, at least for barbs, were used on spots where you had nice damage reduction within the glyph range. Now, sorry, Necros, I know you never had those, so sorry, Macro.
We do now. It's crazy. Do you guys know you can put damage reduction in the Paragon board, and if you path to it, you don't die? That's insane, dude. Season 6, let's go, Necro, baby.
Yeah, basically, mostly every single barb build had one of those runes, one of those that give bonus to one of those magic nodes. However, if you look at the bonuses now, it's like, well, the bonus to magic nodes is kind of worthless, because more additive, I'd rather just take more main stats, or at least like a good scaling, such as like the crazy like 70 or 90% additive. Getting 520% on 10% is not much to me. And the rest of the stats are like, get an 8% multiplier, and the legendary bonus is deal 20% bonus damage to healthy enemies. And you're like, yeah, well, the base effect is already bad. If the legendary bonus is bad as well, then I can't do anything with it. It doesn't even give me DR, so the main purpose is gone. Okay, rant off. Sorry.
Okay. Novi, do you have anything to say here?
Nothing that hasn't been said already. It just was quite disappointing when they hyped up this whole glyph upgrades becomes legendary, and it's completely amazing. Looks inside 20% damage on every
yeah.
single one of them.
I have one, actually, like one, and then I'll stop ranting. They showcased the Wrath Glyph that was supposed to increase damage taken by the target by, I believe, 2% on each crit, up to a certain amount. I think that was on the campfire. And I was like, oh shit, Striken is back. Let's go, boys. And PTR comes live, and I'm getting a 60% multiplier or 30% multiplier instead. And I'm kind of sad because I like this cool effect that they could have taken from D3 gems, but we didn't get any.
I'm just curious, do other classes still have damage reduction in range of their glyphs?
Nope.
Nope. It's all
Okay.
additive damage.
Yeah, there's
Right.
one board on Druids that has that, which I guess is a bug, right? It's like the new Paragon board that has elite damage reduction or something.
Yeah, our new Paragon board has damage reduction from elites, but I was just wondering because they made it a point to take out any max life or damage reduction from poisoned and vulnerable out of the range of glyphs. They flipped rare nodes into that spot in their place, and I was just wondering if they did that to everybody. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because if you put
It looks like a
rare
bug to
magic
me.
enhancing nodes, if you put rare magic enhancing nodes there, it's really strong, right? So it makes sense. I was just wondering if everybody got the same treatment there.
The last little point against, because I like, it doesn't make sense. Yes, I guess for the Necromancer we never had to deal with that. We either got res or armor. We never got any DR literally in our board. So having it at all is buck wild to me. I get DR from vulnerable targets and DR while fortified, which I don't even know if that works with barrier yet, but like I guess we'll cross that bridge later. My starter board used to be generic damage or armor, and you actually like made a decision in the early game, especially which glyph you're going to put there first and which one you're going to path through. It's now damage or damage versus elites, and it's like that's nothing. I'm not trying to be mean. I understand the purpose of it, but that is not an interesting choice to make for anybody at any point in the game. And I just, I wish it was anything else. I wish one was like blood damage versus bone damage, or like obviously it can't be that, but like something more nuanced than damage to everything or damage just to the boss, because that's just like not particularly inspired to me.
Let's bring back damage on Tuesday then. Maybe not that far. Okay.
Nah, I mean,
I was fine with damage on Tuesday, honestly, but like that was me.
I think they could just make rare nodes in general look more interesting, or at least like maybe put some kind of like, you know, let's say an in-between of legendary nodes and rare nodes somewhere as well. So I think that could be interesting, like when you have like some small procs, or, you know, something that is kind of more situational, where you can like feel the impact of that node, and it's not just, okay, you deal like 3% more damage all the time.
Yeah, we
or
used to
something.
have that.
Maybe-
Once upon a time, were rare nodes with chance to execute. Something happened to
Yeah,
them.
exactly, something like that. I mean, not that I found this to be a particularly good node, but, you know, something like that, you know. So
We
it's
are
like-
we are getting dangerously close to just redescribing PoE, right? Like that's ultimately what we're kind of asking for. They're like, oh, what if it was cool? What if it converted my fire damage, or what if it like reduced res or something?
I'd love that.
I think a lot of people would. I don't think that Diablo 4 is necessarily the exact audience for it, but I think we're also sometimes, you know, cutting our hamstring, or like putting the cart before the horse and assuming that players couldn't engage with the system like that and be able to make informed decisions. And it doesn't have to be that crazy, but it does need to be more interesting than this is right now, because why have this system if all it says at the end of the day is give you res armor and additive damage in a multi? Like that's just one more piece of gear as far as I'm concerned.
Actually, don't rogues have the elemental conversion damage now, which scales fairly oddly? Because Barb have physical to fire conversion, thanks to the new helm, which doesn't work on physical additive, but hey.
I mean, you have imbuements that converts the damage. I guess that's what you're referring to, but that was always in the game.
Yeah, I was thinking about the whole cold additive swapping to giving you a bonus multi and things like that.
Yeah.
Or did I?
Actually,
My rogue language is bad.
in
So.
the case of rogues, actually, I think also physical damage does not apply to imbued skills. So I think that just has the same system as. I guess it probably counts as like a perma imbue or something like that for the barbs, if I had to guess. So this probably has the same systems.
Should be working that way, yeah. That's probably a question.
Okay, last question about the Paragon. So what do you think about the leveling in general? Northor said, okay, he likes that the leveling is just longer, and like there's actually, you can level more if you want to. But are you guys actually motivated to go to level 300? Is that something that you're like really looking forward to do at launch, and like, I don't know, like Mega Blast and Race and whatever? Or is that something that is just kind of like, okay, you get to 200, you pick up all the stuff, and then whatever?
If they give us
No.
armory, I'm fine.
I'm not really motivated to race to level 300, but I'm gonna get to level 200 and my build is gonna be done, but then I'm gonna keep playing anyway, and then Stonk's number goes up, I'm happy.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of good. I agree.
So you just like that
what
there's
else can you
something
do,
to get,
right?
even though it's not really impactful.
Yep.
No.
Sorry about
And
that.
it's not like D3,
Like-
right?
I actually really like the fact, like, I actually didn't do the math with the amulet with main stat J, but I don't think it should change anything. But basically, I really like the fact that when you reach certain Paragon, your main stat normal nodes become better than 5% additive magic nodes, and then all your boards become extremely cursed. I find that really funny and somewhat interesting to optimize.
One thing that I am a little bit apprehensive about is that, let's say you're playing a build and you got your 5 glyphs and you're leveling up to 100. I think increasingly, and this has kind of been the trend the last couple of seasons, I think increasingly they're kind of pigeonholing you a little bit into builds, because once you hit the end game, let's say you've done pit 100, most of your glyphs are level 70 or 80. I want to go try a new build. I need to level maybe 3-4 new glyphs. That sounds like something that'll be very discouraging to players, to me. And I understand they have the catch-up mechanic, and that helps a little bit. But I mean, it seems like, we're getting more and more narrowly focused on maybe 1, 2, 3 sets of builds for the season, and changing between them is getting harder and harder.
I don't disagree with you. I think the nail in the coffin of that was the addition of tempers and masterworking. The idea of going out. So like I had the experience this current season. I started off with Bone Spirit Necromancer, and me and another Necro creator, Sorc, were playing the build simultaneously, trying out very slightly different affixes for min-maxing. And the idea of going to find another 2 GA ring that instead of having like these tempers on them, instead getting these tempers in 1 GA essence per kill, just to try out whether or not this slight optimization would net a higher DPS, was ash in my mouth. I just went and played a different build entirely, because the idea of getting like a whole new set of gear where I got to experience that progression felt better than trying to find a single GA for a single stat just to go temper it, just to go masterwork it.
Yeah, especially if the base items are going to be rare as hen's teeth now, right? New ancestral sets.
Exactly.
To do that on.
And do I think the glyphs are the biggest contributor to that problem? Not so much. Like realistically, if you're able to run like tier 80 on your current character, you just do like 10 runs and you go get your glyphs at least up to 46, and then you go play your other build at the very least. Talking about a whole new class, I don't know, you get to reimagine or you get to re-experience the progression on that, so I don't feel as bad. I just don't think that that's necessarily the biggest contributor to the issue. I think the gear itself is the biggest contributor.
Yeah, I gotta say, I agree with Macro here. Like, when it comes to, like, okay, I'm playing a rogue and I want to do, like, let's say 5 builds in a season with that rogue. Either you re-level, like, another one or not. Let's say you don't want to level another one. At the very least, you're gonna have in mind, okay, what kind of gear do I need for it? You're gonna start putting some stuff in your stash. And as you do that, there's, like, a long progression with your main build. And then eventually, like, as Macro just said, you can just get your glyphs to, like, 46. It doesn't take long when you have these, like, you get, like, 2 or 3 level ups per run, and you can do this 4 times. So the catch up is actually very significant. Like when you do like a pit 80 or so, you can get a glyph from like 1 to 15 in literally 1 run or something like that. And then to 46 is like another, I don't know, 4 or 5 runs, let's say, per glyph. I don't think it's like a really huge deal. We're talking about like an hour or two of like, you know, leveling some glyphs to get them at least up and running.
Yeah, like the thing that I don't like about this in general is if you're like, let's say you have your build, which you used to level to your glyphs to, let's say 80 or something, right? And you're kind of bored of the pit and you want to go into Nightmare Dungeons. You kind of have to at least slightly respec your build because you want to go through the Nightmare Dungeons quickly, maybe with some mobility aspect or something. And now the question is, would you ever change your actual build just to farm Nightmare Dungeons? You probably wouldn't. And the thing is, from an efficiency standpoint, it would make sense to do that. Because if you're only farming Nightmare Dungeons, you could consider just playing a build that's just generally faster at doing so. I think this is one of the things that you also mentioned, Woody, right? It just doesn't make much sense because you would be investing time to make a speed farming build to save time. Like if you're farming up new gear and new GAs potentially for their speed farming build just to farm faster, it sort of feels backwards to me. Like the progression you also mentioned where like, I'm kind of transitioning from a push build to a speed farming build later to do what exactly? It's kind of reversed. Like in previous seasons, we had builds that were like just clearing quickly to get leveled up and to get gear, and then you eventually transition to a push build later on. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's basically it plays into what we discussed earlier with the difficulty and the progression, right? Where if there was a higher ceiling in the let's say Torn 4 was way harder than it is, or like basically unreachable, let's say. I mean, you have to remember we're still talking about the game right now pre-mercenaries. I don't expect them to do that much, but they will do something. And also pre-season themes, right? If you look at like season 2, season 3, season 1, like our season themes gave us, I don't know, double or so, let's say, power as well, right? And this is not even in the game right now. So we're gonna be much more powerful when it comes to like a real season, not just a PTR.
Wait. Stop. I have a question. Is there anyone here who does not think that we're gonna have a season 4 PTR situation where the pit is just becoming 78 times stronger when it goes to live, and the tier 100 is actually unreachable?
I think we're gonna have that situation
in the game are speed harm in tier 2.
Not that
so
again, man.
I prepared for that by intentionally removing anything that was like insanely busted from any builds that I could to get the lowest base expectation of what their damage output was. But yeah, I like that's always like a huge grain of salt. It's kind of funny. We run into this issue all the time. We'll see patch notes and chat will freak out. They'll be like, oh my god, they didn't even touch this thing. I'm like, the patch notes never include 50% of what's going on. And the PTR is like, oh my god, it's crazy. I'm like, half of this stuff is doing way too much damage. So I take everything at like a quarter expectation. I'm still going to be doing billions of DPS. I don't care what they do to this content. Like a quarter of our top damage output is still in the billions. So maybe it's multiple factors.
Mob's gonna have trillions of HP. What do you mean?
But that's just like we already have the DPS to complete it. Even I mean, like bad builds will go back to feeling bad again. I guess bad builds will feel worse than they did in the PTR right here. I am expecting the content. I'm expecting us to do significantly less damage than we currently are, even ignoring things like error perdition, which like if you were testing your build with that thing on, GG, you just scammed all your viewership because that thing was insane. But like I don't know, man. I don't know how much harder they could make it based off what we've seen and actually get to the point that they kind of promised where it's like nobody will be in tier 4 or very few people will.
At this point, everyone was.
Yeah, that's completely convinced that like pit balancing is completely off, and because all the difficulties are now based on the pit level, that means also all the difficulties are also completely off. So we may have this nice discussion now, but it's not going to be anything like the live season 6.
Yeah, if they pull the season 4 again, where PTR, everyone was running pit 200, and that was the maximum. Like even like crappy builds were doing pit 200 on the season 4 PTR. And I guess these days to reach 100, it's definitely like a higher bar than it was on the season 4 PTR for 200. But yeah,
it was nerfed also in the at some point.
Yeah, but let's say they do something
like
remotely
20 tiers.
similar to what they did in season 4 when the season 4 went live and the highest clears were like, 170 with the shatter, double dip and stuff. But outside of that, I mean, what were the clears? Like 130, 140, 150 maybe, right? And way off.
When season 4 went live, top clears were like 120 or like.
At the start, and then
it was
after
the Holy Bolt elixir.
Yeah,
true.
And after the nerf, they went to like 160, 70.
Yes. So I guess we'll see what will happen. And I think it's like they're gonna do something, either nerf players, nerf the glyphs, or buff the pit, or whatever, right? They can do many things. Personally, I would like to see like a damage reduction.
Because nerfing the player achieves the same, but creates a lot of baby rage, so why would they do that?
Yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, the thing is like every class in the PTR did have a build that cleared tier 100 pretty much. There were only a few builds that actually were able to like get to the territory where it's like speed farming territory. And if we do not look at obviously bugged builds like the infinite damage barb, and I think there was also some stuff on. What was it? It was like infinite damage druid was also a thing, right? So
stone bursts.
Yeah, exactly. If
we
disregard those two,
density, you couldn't kill a boss, but yeah.
Okay, but if you disregard those two, like, were they really that many builds that actually got below 3 minutes on T100? I don't think there were many. Like, I know Doc Victimize did, and I know Lightning Spear Sorc, but I haven't seen anything else. Was there something on Necro that did that?
You have to be able to there's this thing in ARPGs that's like an ultimate multiplier of your total efficiency. You have to have movement speed, you have to have mobility to be able to accomplish that. I like the best that I can do is maybe approach 200 movement speed if I don't need to have a unique amulet and a unique set of boots. For damage output, the damage output was there. The DPS is 100% there, like 30 to 50 billion DPS on like 2 to 3 different builds. But not for mobility's sake. That's not really a thing that we get to do, sadly.
Yeah, personally, like going back to that topic of baby rage and nerfing stuff. I mean, this is the expansion launch. You're setting like a blank slate. Nothing that you do now matters. I think it's like in terms of baby rage and community outrage or something like that. You can literally reduce all the numbers to like 1,000 DPS if you want. I think it doesn't matter.
No, it's too late. It was an option before PTR went live. Now it's not.
Yeah, but how many people will look at PTR footage that actually will play Vessel of Hatred?
We're talking about Reddit. Like, let's be very honest about this. We're talking about the Reddit population, which is less than 10% of the total population, if you believe that every single person on Reddit actively still plays the game. So we're talking about a very small...
Which is questionable.
I went and did the math because I was getting a little sick and tired of people being like, no, we are the majority. I'm like, homie, you're not even statistically relevant. That's who we're talking about. And I think if we walked into the expansion and we were doing 17 damage like I was in like tier 3 when I was still like level 15 and hadn't picked up a rare item yet, I was so stoked about that. And then it went away. And if they just said like, nope, nobody does above 1 million DPS, I would be incredibly excited.
Yeah, I think that I cannot see a world where the people that would be upset about a much tougher number squish would outnumber the people that were coming to my stream the entire week, every day. I had like multiple times, dozens of times per hour. I had comments in my chat of saying, what? Nice number squish. You're doing billions of damage. What is this? Yeah, this is
exactly.
Like people are expecting a number squish, and the numbers have not been squished. That's it. We're doing more damage than before, not less. Like it's not that they didn't squish it by like a factor of 1,000 or something. No, we're doing more damage than before. So what is going on? And I think a lot more people will be upset about that than they would be about now post-PTR nerfing stuff. So this is just my impression, at least. Including myself, I would also be upset if there's no number squish.
I had a really good, just a quick little like number thing I did recently because people were like, I was talking about Blood Necromancer, and like, oh, didn't they nerf it across the board? I'm like, no, they almost doubled its damage. And people are like, what are you talking about? I go, well, let me go show you the overpower formula very quickly. Do you know that we now have 400 base life, and on a blood build where you'll be able to walk away with like multiple pieces of gear that say percentage increase life, you've gained 57% damage just from your additive bucket because of how much more overpower damage you're doing. Because it turns out that we used to have 8,000 life and we would get up to 100,000, and now we have 400 life and we're getting up to 12,000. That's like a 23 times damage multi just from that one additive source. And that was the most interesting thing to me, like the change to core stat, the change to how overpower is going to work. Like basically every build on the Necromancer is trying to be an overpower build. And like that's how we ended up with bigger numbers rather than smaller numbers. It turns out when it's ratios, it doesn't matter what it is. It just matters what that ratio looks like. Yeah, you tell that mean Mike. Get it.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, bro.
The kaboom, overpower. That's that was on topic here.
Do you feel like those max life changes are the reason and overpower relation?
I mean, it's definitely true that all power builds have gained a lot from this patch because of the max life formula that Macros just described. They lowered the base life by a factor of 20, and they lowered our actual life by a factor of like, I don't know, 3 to 5, let's say. So yeah, overpower just wins a lot. Everything that can use overpower is suddenly a lot better than before. Which, I mean, you can fix that later, right? You can change the overpower formula if you want or whatever, right? Like, in general, builds have shifted around, and okay, some builds are just better than others now, and I guess Barbs probably have that issue as well, where it's like, yeah, you go overpower or you go home, basically, right? That was my impression, at least. And outside of the Thorns stuff, maybe. And, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was wondering if that was the reason, if that you guys think. I mean, mostly the overpower crew. So I guess it's actually just me and Macro. If the overpower formula change, let's call it that way, is the reason Starlight ended up being nerfed. Because they don't want us to have such an easy access to overpower anymore.
I think Starlight was just overtuned, to be honest, so I think that's fine to just nerf on its own.
Yeah.
So.
Starlight was absolutely overtuned. There's also like the real world scenario where like you're kind of continuously taking damage unless you have barrier generation. So it's not only ever over healing, you're also going to be getting the healing coefficient of the. I mean, this is like really nerdy, but I saw the Starlight nerf and people were like, well, we're dead now. I was like, well, that thing also said click one button, fully restore your essence every single time you clicked a button. That was pretty strong. That was probably a little bit too overtuned in comparison to the other options. Like 10% lucky hit chance for 50 essence or whatever. Maybe Northy disagrees? Do you love Starlight? I'm sorry, but
I'm just my experience with Starlight was fucking Undereal abuse, and it was more like restore your full essence 78 times from clicking one button.
Yeah, per second.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It was a very warranted nerf, to be honest. There was so much potential for broken.
But did they overdo it, though? What if it was 100%?
Yeah.
I know. I think Starlight is still an aspect that they can't feel happy about finding at various points in your progression, but maybe it won't fit into like most endgame builds. And I think that's okay. If there's a reason to use it, you find it, you're gonna feel happy. Because especially early game, you don't have like infinite barriers, or you don't have like, your defense is figured out and your resources figured out, and I think that's okay.
Well, for Barbs, that one is a big hit, I'll say it. Because like solving the Fury generation issues for Barb are gonna be like a big problem. But well, half the aspect didn't work in the PTR, so.
All right. Anyway, there's another topic I want to talk about, something new that came to the game, which is runes. So I want to go in that a little bit before we jump into like the actual class discussion. And then we can round it out there. So what do you guys think about the runes system? And we have like some D2 represents here as well that might have something to say about this. So I'd be quite curious to hear, like, do you like it playing around with it? Do you think there's many cool choices? Or how did it work for you?
I like that Druid ultimate. I guess everyone does.
And we like Warcry, so it's
Why
kind of
not-
what I was.
I say,
fearing
why
is
not
that-
both?
Yeah, it's kind of what we feared, or what I was fearing at least going into it, is that maybe there's only 10 ritual and invocation runes that are even really warning consideration at this point. Definitely some balance issues. Maybe you can tweak offering costs to get there and make it a little more balanced, but yeah, I mean, to me, it's like there's a very clear meta and maybe only a dozen runes in total that are worth like any consideration, with some niche cases, outside of that, depending on what kind of build you're playing.
Yeah. About runes, I really don't want to roll a barb to get plus Warcry on my boots. Please.
But do you want to roll the druid to get petrified duration on your items?
So good, man. So good. No, I like runes are in a spot where Warcry and Petrify are dominating everything, and all other runes are FT in comparison, which is a problem in itself, obviously. But in general, I think runes is a great system. It's a great addition to the game, but obviously it needs tweaking and balancing.
Don't you think that it is also mostly a problem of the PTR giving you everything for free and there's no actual farming and progression towards those runes? Because what if those runes like Petrify and Warcry and Stand Still, like all these legendary ones, are actually just like Omega rare? Imagine like, I know Ja rune rare or something from D2. I'm not sure if that really tells anyone something, but like these high runes basically that kind of like drop once in, I don't know, a dozen hours or 2 dozen, or once in 100 hours or something like that. So what do you think about that when you kind of like you progress your character for like basically half the season or whatever, and you never even find the Warcry, and then eventually you get it and you're like pogging out and you're like, man, I got it, like you're freaking out, and before that you have to make do with something else. How would that feel?
I mean, we had that in season 3. It was
Yeah,
called
with
Evernight and
Genesis and
Genesis,
Evernight.
and it was ass.
It was
Yeah.
Well,
I had 8 Evernights before I found Genesis.
Well, hold on. Malphus was ass. Running Malphus, especially solo, although I did like the fight in general. I definitely think that's a piece of the puzzle that is missing, Woody, is I don't really know how long it's going to take me to get runes. If I had to guess, they're going to drop a lot in the Undercity, another progression system that we don't necessarily know what its purpose exactly is, except that it is a progression system as opposed to an endgame system. If I had to guess, runes are going to drop there. Well, that aside, do I think if given every single rune, they succeeded? As a D2 purist, and Woody has heard me rant about this a lot, so I'll try to keep it very short. I think that rune words in Diablo 2 were the worst part of itemization in that game. That kind of destroyed itemization in any meaningful way. And I think that they avoided those issues with how they've implemented rune words here, and I'm very excited for that. My fear is everybody would use Enigma. My Necromancer would have to use Enigma, because if I didn't have Enigma, I would be slow. Luckily, it's really bad to activate the Enigma rune and actually teleport like a sorceress based off of Aid. So luckily it's not good, so I'm not going to use it. Which is a funny way to put that. But I think that they've avoided the major pitfall, which is you have to use these ones or your build doesn't work. And I think they added in enough interesting options that aren't just Warcry and Petrify. I basically think those ones kind of shouldn't be there, or at least Petrify shouldn't. Petrify is insane. Like, that's just absolutely bananas. It lets build stagger bosses that shouldn't be able to stagger bosses. It's a 50 multi. Like, it's just absolutely insane. But they did some cool stuff. If I could actually scale the effects from other classes like meteorites and the whatever those sparks are from the druid, I don't know what the hell I was looking at. Just these little wisps flew out of me and I was like, cool, that was 50 damage. That's sick. If I could scale the wolves with my minion damage so that they were relevant for my minion build, if I could get scaling for the meteorites so they actually did something, that would also be very cool. It kind of stinks that when a new system gets added, often I have to say, these are good building blocks. I can't wait to see what it develops into. But that's kind of my takeaway here. I'm like, this is a cool concept.
And then nothing ever happens afterwards.
Look, I'm an optimist, all right? I guess at the end of the day, I played Necro since the game came out, and for 700 hours before the game came out. I have to be an optimist, Woody, all right? That's my only way out. But I think it's cool. There could be significantly better options in the early game, like the one that gives you crit chance. That one's cool. If there was one that like activated vulnerable, if there was one that made you overpower after doing something, those would be cool. And I'm excited to see what they add to it. But they need to put back the original rune symbols, or so help me God. I won't rant about it, but give me back Jaw Rune. You have merch with the Jaw Rune on it, and you've just retconned it. I don't know why you did that.
I mean, I kind of want to go back on the rarity and drop rate, as Woody said. I feel like the drop rate for runes is going to be probably decent for the sole reason that there are no unique runes at the moment. So I don't feel like we're going to be seeing the same situation as Season 3 where, well, as Meepy said, farming for Evernight was a nightmare. Regarding the whole build ID, I do love it. I think it brings like a lot and a nice touch to the game. Like there's not just Petrify plus Warcry technique. Like the fact that for Barb you can run one shout and have the other two shouts as runes is like super nice. Okay, and the triple shout meta is not the best thing that ever happened, but well, it's there since Season 0, so might as well deal with it. There was also like interesting interaction with the minions generating offerings whenever they die that actually also apply to Call of the Ancients. So you can do some pretty interesting things with these. But as Macro said, or was it Boiler? Sorry, the tuning of some of those powers need to be like more in line because there are very strong outliers.
Yeah, personally, I think that it would be more interesting to have more utility choices or more like niche buffs or something like that. I feel like Petrify and Warcry are like too generic in what they do. And maybe they were just like overpowered or overtuned in the sense that they were too cheap to activate. I think it's okay that you can get something like a Perma Warcry if you have like insane offering generation. Like, you know, some build, for example, like let's say Rain of Arrows Rogue or Death Trap Rogue, where you can do cast an ultimate, you get 150 offering for an ultimate. You do this like every second. There's like a very niche type of build, right? Where they can really spam offering like crazy. And if in that case, your Warcry is just a really good rune, even though it costs like 1500 or something, sure, you know. And yeah, if most other builds, maybe just with the tuning of the rarities and the offerings, you can do a lot of things already, I think, where like maybe the Vortex, you know, if the Vortex on the Spiritborn that pulls in enemies was way cheaper, I think this would be a really cool option for many builds. Just you walk up to a pack, boom, everything is grouped up, it feels good, you see an impact, it's like, you know, it's just nice. So maybe there could be more stuff like that. And also, as Marco mentioned, like more stuff to like actually synergize with some of the cool little effects like the meteorites, if you could somehow do something of that, right, and scale it up or so. But I feel like it's just yeah.
I feel like you have to go get vortex size tempers from the Spiritborn for that to be any kind of useful. I don't know about you guys, but that thing is tiny.
I mean, if we could like level up the lowest rarity runes, I'll be fine with those. At the moment, they just like overshadowed by the rarest ones. Like I would like some kind of leveling system for runes.
I mean, there is like an upgrading thing, right? You can do like 3 to 1, and then it has a chance to upgrade into the next rarity and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's like pretty harsh. I think it's like 15% chance to upgrade into a random rune of the next rarity or something like that, right? So it's very, very tough to upgrade them.
I don't know about you guys, but I actually dropped a lot of runes, even from just running pits and nightmare dungeons.
Yeah, I don't think acquisition of those is going to be a concern, especially because you can craft them up too, right? You can trade in. Yeah. You can trade them up. And it's not like you ever need more than one copy.
Yeah, I was just saying that, you know, it would be a possible solution that, you know, you literally make like a Warcry rune, like a 1 in 100 hours drop or something like that. And, you know, until then, you just have to do something else, you know? Yeah, and I wouldn't be upset then that, you know, everything turns into Warcry in the end or something, if that was the case, because at least on the way there, I have other stuff to do with the runes.
What about
the fact said, we're like in the same situation as... Sorry, Macro. 1 second. As Northwell said, we would be in the same situation as Season 3, right? Where you're farming for that specific rune, you don't get it. pit ladder has concluded. You're sad because other people are doing 50x your damage. It's not cool. I don't like the idea. Like, I see the grind, and grinding for something is cool, but there are also drawbacks to it. And I personally don't like it, but I can see people that like it. Go ahead.
What about the fact that you either need to give up your stash tab or go make your rune mule, just like in D2? Because like, dear God, the amount when I opened up the cache and they all fell on the ground, I went, oh cool, and then I picked them all up, and before I got to the end of it, I couldn't pick up any more, and I went, wait, hold on, what just happened? And then I went in, and I went, hold on, this is only half of them, and then I picked up an entire stash pad, and I was just like, what? How did we get here? Because they're going to add more runes ostensibly, right? Like, that's what we expect to happen in the future.
Yeah.
If we have one more stash tab.
And then one more stash tab, and then you'll have two stash tabs.
I cannot believe that there's not a rune tab in your stash that just has like a socket where every single rune can fit. You know, I want a currency tab from PoE for my runes, you know, where it's grayed out and I can see the rune slot there, and it's missing my fucking Warcry rune because I haven't found it.
And then when I put it in there, I've completed my Quarters of the United States booklet, and I get to feel good. No, but seriously,
that's a pretty good suggestion, though. It's a good.
That was crazy to me. I was like, "What do you mean this was one part of half of the runes? Where am I supposed to put these things?"
Yeah.
That's a good suggestion, Woody. You should forward that for sure.
Like, I can't believe that I haven't thought about this. So this is more like what surprises me here. So, or maybe it's coming, or I don't know. Maybe they're finally gonna do a huge stash rework because they finally recoded, you know, like the memes and stuff. And who knows? But let's say we're optimistic, right, Macro?
We will stay optimistic. Absolutely.
Okay, but outside of like Warcry, Petrify, or something, was there like other runes that excited you? Like, what about the ways of activating them? We're talking about the effect runes right now, but what about how we trigger them? Was that exciting? Would you like to see more there, or how was that?
I before we started this stream, I've been sitting here for about an hour and a half calculating attacks per second to determine whether or not I could hit a high enough APS to outperform standing still for 0.3 seconds. And the answer is you would have to reach 3.33 attacks per second with the core skill to be able to do that, which requires like 120 attack speed on a 1.0 weapon. So if you can get there, congratulations.
Every single rogue build.
Yeah. Hey, look, you know, other classes exist and our attacks are slow. But like, at least that was interesting to me.
There are common point builds.
Have you tried equipping an item that just casts 58 core skills per second for you?
I haven't done that yet. I didn't get to it in the PTR, I would say. No, I think the activations are interesting. Like, you can use one to feed the other one. If you're an ultimate build, you can actually use that, or you could just use the activate from another skill or another effect from another class. I think there's enough diversity in them. Half of them you're never gonna like. What was that lucky hit chance against injured enemies? What's that, guys?
For 10 offering.
Who's that for? What is the? It could have just been 20% lucky hit chance to generate, you know, however many offering.
We had a 50 sub drop bomb right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, me too.
But you too. Holy shit.
Oh, awesome attorney.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Did he just go around on his stream or what? Yeah, thank you so much.
Shout outs to awesome attorney.
Sorry for interrupting, but yeah, no, appreciate that very much. Thanks for the support. But yeah.
The one time I decided not to stream the podcast.
Oh shit.
Indeed.
What are you gonna do with the other guys now? Anyway, Macro, you were done?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like, I think some of the generators are cool. Some of them are just like so obtuse, I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to be for. Like, I don't know what build uses them. Watching a barbarian run around with no skills on bar, that was pretty funny. I thought that was hilarious. You know, I think that was you, Mippy. That was very funny. No, who was that? Who did that?
Probably Snail, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah, Snail, sorry.
Snail, yeah.
Sorry, you two are apparently the same in my brain, which is not real at all, but...
Snail does funny stuff like that, yeah.
No, that was funny as hell. I was like, that's exactly what rune words are for right there. But unironically, I think that's what I kind of hoped they were, like be able to scale weird stuff.
When I was
You know,
reading,
Yeah, actually, just to give proper tribute, I think it was Condis.
Was it
that did
Condis?
it. Yeah, it was
Condis, that's who it was.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a few other interesting invocation runes to grab. Challenging Shout is also pretty good if you need the tankiness. The crit strike chance, if you're not capping, is pretty good and easy to max out. It's only
you
25
mentioned
offering.
not capping with perditions again.
Yeah, I mean, almost everybody is at this point, but also druids like their helmets.
Yeah.
Dark Shroud is good, especially if you go out of your way to grab the damage per Dark Shroud temper, which I still don't understand. Is still too strong. Get rid of that. What the hell?
Even like
and
the
I
new
like
glyph
to
meta and
Crepify.
everything.
I like Decrepify a lot too. I think it's not as strong as Petrify or Warcry, obviously, but it's pretty good for using Zol Rune to evoke powers from other classes and generate offering for a secondary rune. I like the Necro Curses. I think they're not bad. In terms of ritual runes, though, I got 5 on my list of okay, these are worth it.
And one of them is Stand Still, which is antithetical to
Yep.
video gaming, but like here's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean the standstill is kind of required for these weird meme builds of 0 skills on a bar or something like that, right?
For
So
reasons unknown, teleporting counts as standing still.
Shadow Step
Are
also
you
counts as standing still.
serious?
Yes.
What?
yeah.
Even when you're literally standing still, you're faster than me. What is
Yes.
happening?
And
I
by a
hate
lot.
this.
You're technically not moving. You're teleporting. It's the same with Shadow Step.
But are you also traveling? Are you standing still and traveling?
Yeah,
Like, do you
so
get the travel power?
Yeah, basically a skill that teleports you, like Shadow Step or Teleport. And during the animation, you are not moving. Like your character's legs are not running or something like that. So that's why it's standing still. So that works.
So you're actually standing still, but you're traveling distance.
I hate
I
all
think
of
the
you.
distance calculation is like not correct. Like you get way more distance traveled when you walk it than when you teleport.
It's the same with Impetus on Rogue. It's a passive. It also has like the most absurd calculation for distance traveled. It basically resets if you dash twice, but it gains distance if you only dash once. Yeah, it's some weird stuff.
I think one thing that kind of was very exciting to try, I was playing mostly Rogue on the PTR when I was doing the rune stuff, and I actually had builds where I put in the Dark Shroud rune on my rogues, just so I can free up an aspect slot, or even just not have any item that has a defensive power. Just replace my Umbers, and I could go like all uniques in like, you know, helm, chest, and pants or something like that. For example, on Death Type Rogue or something like that, where you have Eyes in the Dark as unique pants. I found that to be very interesting, actually.
A fair amount of druids were taking the Petrify rune so that they could run Cataclysm or Grizzly Rage, or even Lacerate.
Yeah, and personally, I found it very exciting, actually, that you can do these kind of weird combos as well. So that was fun, I think.
I got to make a...
You didn't put Dark Shroud on your bar?
No.
What is this?
I mean, that's actually an option as well these days. But
yeah, I did it. That's the funny thing. I actually did it.
I think one of the coolest interactions was adding both of the curse runes to my necro build to make a infinitely stealthed affliction curse necro, where all I did was run around and evoke a power from another class and just auto cast curses that dealt like 10-20 million damage. Unironically, I thought that was one of the cooler things I've done in the video game. Now, obviously, like I probably shouldn't be permanently immune while actively doing damage from rune words, but like, I don't know, man. Apparently, if you put stealth on other classes, it's really, really good from the new Mythic unique. But those exact cases, like I've seen a lot of people downplay the success of rune words because like, oh, you'll just do Warcry and Petrify. And I'm like, you will just do Warcry and Petrify. Absolutely. That doesn't mean they didn't add stuff that's cool. Like snapshotting overpower on the Unmaker build, which Woody, you played recently, right? Like,
yeah, that was very fun.
That was a cool, interesting mechanic that like we had to digest, figure out how it worked, and then how to abuse it. And it's like, okay, cool. Now my damage over time build lets me overpower because of this rune word over here and how the game works. I think they did some cool stuff. I see it as a success. Now I just want it to be expanded upon.
I think it would be perceived much better if the petrifying warcry runes just didn't exist.
Yeah, or just make them
They're
like
just too good.
really expensive or something where it's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
still nice when it happens, but it happens not often enough. So maybe most people just go with something else or something like that. I think that would be okay as well.
Yeah.
What is like some new type of effects that you would like to see in runes? Maybe if they expand the system, let's say next season they add new runes, and you know, okay, we have like some runes where it's like, okay, cast a certain skill, like you know, an ult that does damage, or you know, these random meteorites and dancing bolts. Is there like something missing here, for example, like stuff you would like to see that would enable even more crazy combos or something?
I'll take corpse tendrils.
It's pretty good. I like the idea of, you know, like much more conditional rune words. So it says like, let's say cataclysm isn't a word in the game. This rune word triggers cataclysm. What does cataclysm say? If you currently have an ultimate skill that is on duration and you activate this rune word, do this thing. So it's like modifying specific play styles in a more niche way, and like maybe cataclysm does something, I don't know, cool. It like everything else in the game, it applies vulnerable and generates barrier and gives you crit chance or something. But like things that say, oh, you're playing an ult build, this lets you have this cool secondary effect because you're playing an ult build, not just activate your rune very quickly because you're clicking your ult a lot, which is like a little bit flat there. But like add in these things, like if you're currently channeling and you do this rune word, it does this instead. To better, they could like target empower specific build archetypes that are underperforming while they're looking for a way to like buff them up and make them more relevant. Oh, and chat says turn you into a Hammerden. That seems to be a popular one. Just become a Hammerden. That would be pretty cool. Hey, what if you were a Hammerden?
Speaking of chat, there's someone mentioning that maybe it would be cool to have more runes that are as powerful as Warcry and Petrify, instead of, you know, only having utility or specific runes for stuff.
Yeah, I'll take Flame
Definitely.
Shield too.
Oh yeah.
Man, imagine.
What could go wrong?
Give me combo points from runes.
Oh man, or imagine like caltrops that they can spawn or something, or smoke grenades, something for other classes, something like that could be awesome. I think there's like lots of cool like utility spells. Like Rogue has a whole kit of those, right? Where I can just like, you know, throw this in, throw that in. Like imagine he spawned a death trap just to pull everything in or something. It just feels good. And you know, there's like so much cool stuff I guess I could add with like other class skills. So maybe it's just like a problem of that. But I guess as long as kind of like pit pushing is so important as it is, you would almost never really go to these like utility choices as it stands right now, right? Because okay, we say, you know, there's Warcry, there's Petrify, and okay, if there's more options, then okay, instead of Warcry, we're gonna choose like that caltrops instead, and it's still like just a DPS multiplier that we just add into our build, and it doesn't really add much more than that, right? So I think it would be cool if there was like more.
Did anybody find themselves using non-skill invocation runes, like the secondary procs, whether it's like dancing bolts or earthquakes, yada yada?
No.
They do. Like the wolves apply vulnerable. I think that's the only one that actually like legitimately serves a purpose.
Yeah, I did
don't
I
think
did
they're
Dark Sword
supposed to do
stuff,
that.
but I guess that's not it's not exactly like the same. So yeah, it was
Also,
always
where are spirit wolves from? What effect does that? I couldn't find it in your spirit boons or in your skill tree.
They're new. They didn't want them to be wolves, but apparently they're contributing to Shepherd's aspect anyway. So
Yeah,
they're a
the
new
interesting
thing.
part is they count as minions for the purposes of things like Requiem giving us essence, but our minion attack speed and minion damage didn't increase them because they're not minions, they're companions.
Companions, yeah.
So they are and they're not, because, well, of course, I mean, the pet that picks up shards.
They're only
and
like
stuff.
half wolves too. So
that's funny. So like what about it is bugged? Is it bugged that it works, or is it that it's not working? Like who knows?
That's kind of the hardest part with so much walking out of this PTR. It's a little bit of a segue, but like everything that I tested that was kind of unintuitive, I'm like, this is exactly like the idea of snapshotting the overpower, but on a damage over time ability. I'm like, does that make sense? Hold on, that means in the coding, every skill checks to see whether or not it does overpower, but then has a secondary check that says whether or not it's a channeled or dot skill. That's the only way this works. Is that supposed to work this way? Or is it a bug? I don't know how to report
excellent
this.
question for our friend Everton.
I know. If you talk about Soul Rift, for example, I think this is an intended interaction. So I think this is just how it works. But who knows? So
yeah. But every other thing I was just like, is it a bug or was it always bugged? I actually don't know is this now the correct version? I'm gonna report it anyways. Hey, this doesn't make sense. That's all I got for you. There you go. Enjoy that, Blizzard.
Take that.
Do with that what you will.
Yeah. All right. And I guess if does anyone else have any comments about runes? Otherwise, I'd like to go to the last topic here, the class balance and the builds. So to kind of like round this up here. Okay, so I have two specific questions for this topic, which is number one, for each of the class representatives here. So what are your top builds that you have identified for the PTR? And why are they so good? What kind of are the expected, let's say, pit values or whatever that you're looking forward to? Or maybe even speed farming builds when you think about like more lower end content. And then also, like, what are like the newcomer builds? You know, like we have new skills for every class, new key passes, we have like lots of new stuff. And some classes got more or less interesting things here. Or where do these new things like fit in, let's say, as well, to the existing stuff? So let's just go like through the class, let's say, alphabetically maybe. So starting with Barb.
Oh damn. I even prepared like a little flowchart in honor to Rax talent on paint. So
Oh, okay.
I'll prevent it. I mean, it's titled "How to Cook a Good Barb Build." So, do you think I can share it, or is that gonna take like too long?
I can open it on the screen, I guess, if you have it.
Yeah.
How to make a good barb, I'm excited to see that.
Yeah.
You're sharing it here on Discord?
Yeah, I can do it. I hope that's gonna work though. It should. I mean, I can present it worst case, but
okay, I don't have an account there and stuff
like that. So. For my email,
okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, okay.
Screenshot it, come on.
Okay, screen share it. I'm gonna open the screen.
Oh, you want me to screen share? Okay.
I'll do it. Why not? Okay, guys. Beat Dober can be paired, guys. Alright, here we go.
I have to. Okay. So this is how to make a good barb build, okay? It's very easy, and it kind of like summarized the entire findings we had on the PTR. So I dedicate this as tribute to Rax, which is the Picasso of paint. As I said earlier in the meeting, I think last week, sorry, I am consider myself as the Van Gogh of flowcharts. So here you can see one. So basically, when it comes to barb builds, the question is how to cook a good barb build, right? So the main question is, can it deal damage? Well, the first thing you want to look at is, does it has good base damage? So high base damage or good direct damage mechanics? And then it's, does it have a strong multiplier?
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Right there. Does it has like at least 2 or 3 strong multiplier, and does it have a couple of more multipliers? And then the good and ugly, the main stat, because, well, main stat amulet now. Then you're gonna need to check whether you can sustain that damage. Most of it is due to resource generation. For all my friends right there, the Wrathcliff and most of the things that basically generate fury and are affected by fury generation are actually not. So sorry about that, boys. Then you got the obvious, can you survive? So you need damage reduction, unstoppable. You need some form of healing. And then comes the, can you boost more, right? Because that's what we want. where it just comes down to having supporting skill and mandatory buffs, which is actually not bold, but let's go. The Berserker uptime and the Vulnerable uptime, and then you got the Jack of all trades. So I prepared a little example there, which is actually not going to be upheaval, but it's going to be Hota, because I know everyone loves Hota, even though it's gone since season 1, 2, 3. Sorry about that. Does Hota has a good base damage? Yes. Does it has a strong multiplier? It can do overpower, it cannot use max fury, it has very bad legendary nodes, it has very bad keystone passive, and it has no scaling. Answer is, Hota is bad. What about Deathblow, which was actually the top build in Season 5 for Barbs regarding pit pushing? Does it has good base damage? Yes. It has very high good base damage, very good damage scaling, and on top of that a good damage mechanic through the unique. Does it has strong multiplier? Yes, it has a unique with bonus ranks. And it can use overpower. Does it has small multiplier main stat? Yeah. Can you sustain that damage? Yes, because we had Starlight. Do we have Starlight in Season 6? No. Deathblow is dead. So, do you want to know what kind of builds are left? I'll tell you. Flay is dead as well. Gushing Wound nerf in Season 5. Didn't help it, it's dead. So we have Bash, because good base damage, scaling with ranks, even buffed now with the overpower. The dual wield version is gone forever, so goodbye Bash diversity. We have Mighty Throw, let's say it right there. Even though it doesn't have any kind of like giga bonus ranks, you can still achieve a decent rank bonuses through using the core skill conversion. And it has a very interesting mechanic that our host there, Woody, showcased, which is every single of the pulses of Mighty Throw snapshot all your damage bonuses, including the overpowered tickets. Which means that you throw one Mighty Throw, if it overpowers, all the pulses overpower as well.
I mean, that's just like a general base game mechanic, you know, an entire skill overpowers for all of its damage instances.
Yeah, but it's fairly new to Barb, because we never had any skill that did multiple instances of damage, which is also one of the reasons you never seen LHC Barb anywhere. So Mighty Throw, top contender, and it's actually not bugged. So, I mean, outside of the attack speed, but, well, let's keep it that way. And then people are gonna want to know if Thorns good. Thorns has 2 bugs, which make it deal square 10 damage at the moment. So you can snapshot the Thorn while channeling inside Whirlwind and keep going up and up and up, which deals the infinity damage thingy. And on top of it, if you have basically Needle Flare plus the new passive, you deal Thorn damage every 0.1 second to each target around you instead of every 1 second. So Thorns bugged, probably dead once they fix the bug. Sorry about that, Thorns.
Do you have any idea how strong it is without these bugs?
Thorns dealing 10 times the damage it should at the moment, except versus just one target, where it deals the intended amount of damage. Bash is going to be most likely one of the strongest builds with Mighty Throw. I see no problem for those builds clearing pit 100 with the current difficulty. At least once the fixes are on. I don't see Thorns doing past pit 80 once, maybe 90 at best, assuming current difficulty once the fixes are done. Flay, pit 80 at best, it's very bad. And then the remaining builds are gonna be, well, Deathblow is gone, almost. You cannot sustain Lucian if Blizzard fix all the interactions bug with it, and the fact that it disables half your aspects. So if you want to play, oh, and Leapquake, sorry, I forgot about like the new shiny sun of Barbs. Leapquake deals 2 times the damage intended, and the number of earthquakes is not capped as the Dust Devils are. So you are currently, most of you, running with like 28 to 30 earthquakes instead of 15 at best. And all those earthquakes are dealing double damage. So once, yeah, so if it gets fixed, no, I mean, it's going to be a strong build, it's not going to be a nasty build. Sorry about that, our boys.
So just asking about Iron Maelstrom, what do you think about that?
Okay. Okay. So I'll just talk about like 2 very interesting interactions regarding Iron Maelstrom. Okay, Iron Maelstrom is the only good Walking Arsenal skill, because Walking Arsenal is based upon swapping weapons, sorry, which means you have to use multiple skills. The problem is the 2 dedicated weapons Walking Arsenal skills are Steel Grasp and Ground Stomp. Those are the one with the main interactions with Walking Arsenal, but those skills don't use weapons, so you can't use those. So you're kind of left with Iron Maelstrom, which does all weapon swaps by itself. So it's gonna be good because the new aspect is kinda fun and procs on every single of the button you push of Walking Arsenal. So you can proc the aspect 3 times. Walking Arsenal also now scales with attack speed, which is very good, I think. And Walking Arsenal no longer replaces your entire skill bar whenever you press it. It just replaced sorry, not Walking Arsenal, but Iron Maelstrom, sorry. It just replaces the skill it's on, and no longer all your skills.
Oh, that was a nice stealth buff. Was that actually in the patch notes? I didn't see that.
No.
Yeah, that's actually
it's
very
one
good.
of those hidden things, yeah.
So you can still do other skills while you have one of your charges left or something?
Yeah. That's correct. You can use your other skills now.
Okay, that's actually very useful.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is room for like a lot of fun builds, but I don't see Barb being in a much better spot than Season 5. Sorry about that, boys.
Okay. What about Tyrell's Whirlwind stuff or Dust Devil Whirlwind stuff? Is that going to be a thing?
Dead.
What?
They removed the okay. How can I say it? Okay, so Whirlwind was performing because it was reliant on a bugged interaction, which was you spin, you proc a Dust Devil, and you can only do it every 0.75 second. If you cancel your Whirlwind and restart, the internal cooldown doesn't have any effect, so you can just spam, click every 20 milliseconds and spawn 50 Dust Devils per second. I mean, it's a bit of a far assumption, but you get the idea, right? Just restart Whirlwind, get rid of the internal cooldown.
Yeah, it's the same with Tyrell's Might. Is that also fixed?
Yeah, that's fixed.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay.
So Dust Devil's Whirlwind gone. Sorry about that. We can still probably have some fun with snapshotting attack speed and trying to bring Gore back to life. But Gore's been dead since like the first weekend of the PTR, of the Season 0 release, actually. And I don't think it's gonna come back, but we can try. I mean, I'll try. I like not playing like just slightly below meta build, so I'll find a way. No worries.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the input, Speeddropper.
Yeah.
Can I go next? I know it's not over basic, but it's funny because I have exactly the same conclusion as Speeddropper. The Sorc is not gonna be any better than in Season 5.
Yeah, it doesn't really go much up from there though. So
Wait.
Oh no.
Yeah, so basically like very little changes in like within Sorc balance between builds, because like there were barely any changes. It didn't like blanket affect the entire class. And those that were, it was like, okay, small lightning spear nerf, I guess. Conjuration stuck at only 30. I can't believe they would put it so low. And then what else? Some of the bad builds got useful tempers, or they're slightly less bad now. And that's about it.
I heard that Frozen Orb was really good though on a PTR and Chain Lightning, but I think this was based on Azurath or something for Chain Lightning.
They are very good on live.
Okay, but they're not like anywhere in Lightning Spear territory.
I mean, if life was kept at speed 100, then they would be. They would speed farm 100 like Lightning Spear.
Okay.
And that's like where this is coming from, mostly because the difficulty is kept. People start optimizing for different things than just DPS, and then the build that is miles ahead in DPS, well, not miles, but significantly ahead in DPS, is not really standing out so much.
Okay, what about the new familiar skill? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh yeah, familiar skill. So
you almost forgot.
yeah, of course. So they made a new skill, and they also made a unique for it. And you would think that maybe there's a build where you summon familiars, and they would kill something, right? And to see if that's a good idea, we have to go back to the very beginning of Bit Dropper's flowchart, where does it have a base damage? So for reference, there is this wonderful sorcerer mechanic called Crackling Energy that crackles and deals damage. They keep buffing it like every patch. And currently it deals 30% damage twice per second for a mind-shattering 60% DPS. And, well, yeah. If we look at a familiar deals 42% damage, but the problem is if you summon one and see what it does, it will attack 3 times in 8 seconds and then despawn. So we get like around 14% DPS from one familiar, and they're kept at 6. So yeah, that build would struggle to overtake Crackling Energy in DPS. Although it would, because it has like it scales with ranks and has conjuration multipliers and whatnot, but yeah. I don't know. Like, the skill itself is fine as a support skill, but as a main damage dealer, it's not it. Although the unique glove implies that it should be, but like it can never be. So I don't know what they were thinking. The good part about Familiar is that it's hilariously overpowered in the early game. Specifically not Familiar itself, but the enhanced upgrade of the Fire Familiar, which just applies 100% burn to the entire screen, and it stacks from familiars, and it applies it every second. And it doesn't scale with anything, it doesn't grow with ranks, it's a burn damage, so it's always shit in the late game. But, oh boy. Before you're like level, I don't even know, like actually all the way to level 60, it just kills everything.
That sounds good. Okay, there's one last question for the Sorc, which is, how do you like all the enchantment updates that we so dearly needed and have been waiting for a year now? How do you feel about those? It's a very outdated system, and it's pretty clear, right? So, I mean, it's nice that they took some time.
The system itself is... Like, if we want to talk about enchantment, the system itself is fine. Like, not better or worse than other class mechanics, but the problem is that out of whatever, like 20 enchantments we have, about 17 are useless. So, yeah, and the remaining 3 are barely useful and teleport enchant.
Okay. Okay, thanks Norfa for the input. Let's continue with Boiler.
All right, Druids. I'll try to be inclusive here, but also to the point. first things first, we had a lot of things that were either bugged or missing on the PTR. So at the top, I'm just going to say our new glyphs, Headhunter and Eliminator, as well as the unique totem for Stone Burst, Stone of Vahaman, I think you'd call it. None of them were available in the PTR. They weren't available through boosts or by drops, so that's problem one. Stone Burst had an anomalous damage bug that appeared to be associated with density. The higher density, the bigger damage you would do. I think it was also monster level scaling too. Outside of that, Stone Burst has really failed to impress. It's channeled Earth skill, meaning it can't overpower. It just doesn't do things as well as Pulverize or as Landslide with Earthbreaker. It was a little bit weak. There's a little bit of an upshot there with Stone Burst in that the Shattered Defense aspect, giving a 50% multiplier, does make it able to serve as a support skill pretty well. So you may see it just kind of pop in as a one-of skill and aspect for builds that are lacking in damage aspects. The new Shred aspect, Agile Wolf, also had a damage bug. This was also based on density. The fourth hit of Agile Wolf was doing many hits to targets depending on the number of enemies around you at the time it went off. Shred outside of this bug is a little underwhelming. It looks like it can probably just barely scrape into the T100 territory, but it's not great outside of the bugs. It's
Wait
gonna
a
take
minute,
some
so
very
how,
endgame
like,
gear.
if you take away the bug, it can still do 100. Is that what I'm saying?
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, it sounds like it can play without these bugs and barely make it there.
Oh, I mean, that's not underwhelming at all, I think, if it can even reach 100.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hope there. On top of that, two of our legendary nodes, Thunderstruck and Earth and Devastation, weren't granting damage to Storm or skills whatsoever. So two 60% multipliers, sometimes used twice in builds, weren't functioning at all. So all that said, a little hard to get the grand picture for you, but I still think I've nailed it down. So first things first. Number one build for next season for Druids looks to be by a decent margin. It's going to be the new Shout Druid. We'll be writing that up for Season 6. It'll be a new guide for Maxroll. Fleshrender got a massive buff. Debilitating Roar got an upgrade rune. And eventually we're going to get the Headhunter and Eliminator glyphs back to scale the willpower, which this build double dips off of. After Shout, it looks like there are probably 3 contenders for the top spot. Many variants of Landslide, whether it's Andes, Nature's Fury, traditional Landslide, or pure Landslide is actually looking very appealing. Nature's Fury Landslide is the build I was talking about earlier that can use 6 legendary nodes effectively right now. And as that's getting tampered down to 4, and also isn't able to use the reworked Bestial Rampage or Wildheart Hunger boots, it's looking a little bit weaker than it did in Season 5 relative to the other variants of Landslide. Boulder's looking strong. Hurricane is looking strong by virtue of Hurricane Duration Tempers becoming a utility aspect, and Hurricane getting a double damage temper. Pulverized got some really nice buffs. It finally has a meaningful weapon temper. It gets to hit twice. The Raging Pulverize upgrade got bumped up from 30% overpower damage to 75% overpower damage. And it's one of the few skills that can use the reworked Ursine Strength and Hunter Zenith passives. It looks good, but it doesn't look as good as the 4 builds I've mentioned so far. When it comes to companions, they are improved with the one with Nature Key passive. Actually, that one's kind of a lateral move versus Bestial Rampage and Wild Rage aspect, if you ask me. But the Untamed Paragon board is certainly helpful, and the Wilds Glyph is very good. Its legendary bonus is like 50 or 60% multiplicative companion damage. So that's nice. What else we got? Pretty much leaves us with Lightning Storm, Tornado, and Wind Shear. So it seems that we've got Danger working on Lightning Storm and Tornado here. It seems that they have found a way to make it into the T100 range. I wasn't really expecting this going into the PTR, but it looks like Lightning Storm and Tornado got some ups there, and are going to be serviceable for T100. Just barely, but I think they'll get there. And they're also going to be reasonably fun to play, I think, in comparison, because it's looking like both of them are going to be wielding Eridas for pulls. One Wind Shear, on the other hand, I think is going to be the red-headed stepchild of Season 6. Most flat damage aspects were nerfed in Season 6, and in the case of Aspect of the Calm Breeze, it is about 1/6 as powerful as it used to be. And so, I mean, at least in my limited testing here, granted Thunderstruck isn't working for this, or any Storm skill right now, Tier 80 was almost a push with this build. So, especially by comparison, I'm even concerned during the leveling process that Calm Breeze isn't going to be as clutch for us as it has been in the past. But, you know, here's hoping we can find a way. I will also mention at this point, I'm going to link in both Macro and Woody's chat. We did do a short little article for Maxroll that has a wrap up of all these class balances. So if you want like something to refer to in the future, we kind of wrote all this down for you.
Yeah, this is a article from like a few days ago that we put out, guys, so you can go check that out. Everyone here, actually, I think the Bob stuff was written by Snail, right? Yeah, exactly. But everyone else who's here also wrote a few details about all this stuff. Okay, anything else, Boiler?
No, you got any questions about it?
Yeah, I guess I can keep an eye on chat. So thank you. All right, how about Macro?
Oh, I'm gonna be so much shorter and sweeter. This season is unironically the most powerful season for the Necromancer in a very long time, with the greatest field of possible builds that you can play across multiple different styles. Now, that being said, they basically didn't address any of the core issues with the Necromancer. So if you didn't like it before, probably not going to like it now. It's still very slow. You still will feel a bit pigeonholed as far as like mechanically what you need to do. You still need to use all the same utility skills because we only have 6 skills in total. I'm pretty sure I did the math. I only think we have 6. But the upsides. Soul Rift is going to be the best ultimate to run on every single leveling build, and it made the leveling experience hilariously fun. It auto-generates essence for you. It gives you survivability. It applies vulnerable for builds that couldn't do that before. The new key passive Affliction finally gave us a button to click when we run out of essence to do damage that isn't crappy corpse explosion. So like the leveling experience, regardless of what necro build you're playing, is going to feel significantly better. The new ult is basically going to be used on every single endgame build that wants something that says 30% damage bonus and permanent vulnerable and permanent barrier, which is like most builds, oddly enough. So that's like a little bit upsetting, but what can you do? And the new key passive is like finally a good option for darkness builds and for minion builds. And you're basically almost never going to click Kalan's Edict or Shadow Blight ever again, because, well, you're never going to click Shadow Blight ever again. There's no reason to ever click that button. But as far as the top 3 builds, that is Bone Spirit, that is Overpower Bone Spirit, there is Blood Wave, and then probably Unmaker, which is with Soul Rift. So the new ultimate, you make your Soul Rift overpower, then you proc its Unmaker effect very quickly by casting Bone Spirit. It's not a Bone Spirit build. You don't do Bone Spirit damage. You don't have to worry about that. I promise you, it's not a Bone Spirit build. It's actually an Essence Battery, which is the wildest thing to say about a skill that spends all of your Essence every time you click it. And then you proc 100 million overpower damage multiple times per second, and you're going to feel really, really good. But outside of that, Sever, basically like the redheaded stepchild of our skill tree for the longest time, finally has an aspect that actually scales its damage. And Sever is going to be an amazing journey from level 1 all the way up until the end game. If you ever want to convert off of it, you don't have to. It's going to be a great build. On top of that, we don't have any bad builds. Not really. Like our lowest tier build is going to be in the C tier, which is going to be minions. Oddly enough, they didn't do enough for minions. It just felt good because of Holy Bolts. And it turns out minions are actually still just not great. And hopefully they'll buff them. But they do feel good during leveling. But in this season, you can play all these builds and I believe competently clear minimum pit tier 80. That would be minions, Blood Lance, Blood Surge, Bone Spear if you very specifically use Deathless Visage. Bone Spear is actually our worst build, which is the funniest thing I've ever said. Bone Spirit, Blood Wave, Shadow Blood Wave, Unmaker, Auto Curse Affliction, and any combination of those things together. It is the widest array of completely viable builds, not based off of game-breaking, like quintillion damage bugs. they're all still based off of bugs, but that's basically Diablo 4 at this point. But our bugs like very slightly reduce our cooldown and make it so that our minions trigger a thing they shouldn't, as opposed to infinite damage. So your favorite build probably isn't getting nerfed walking into Season 6 either. And I think if you're a Necro lover, this is the best season to be a Necro lover. Even though they haven't addressed any of our core issues, please make me run fast.
All right. Yeah, sounds very good though. Like Necro seems to be popping off here in this season. It's like very nice.
I'm just gonna have to say something though. There's movement speed on the Ball Berserking buff.
No! Please believe me. I went, wow, 175 movement speed with my boots on, and this. It's like I'm a whole new girl. Like the whole world is open to me.
Okay,
it's
one
insane.
question to you, Macro. Do you not like the sever movement aspect? Because I'm a huge fan of that. I played that with Soul Rift, and I loved it, man. It was so nice.
What do you mean?
The sever aspect, on the mobility aspect, you know?
Metamorphosis?
Inexorable, whatever.
Inexorable Reaper.
Yeah.
You liked having an okay metamorphosis proc every 7 seconds?
No, I don't do it together with metamorphosis. I just use it on my boots, and I had like a 3.5 seconds teleport, and I mean that feels great. And even like later when I did like a speed farming setup, like we were talking about, you know, Torment 4 easy mode and stuff like that, I just put that thing on my neck, equip the Shaco, and you have like a 1 second cooldown on your sever, and you just fly, man. Like, have you never tried that, man? It feels amazing.
In what content, Woody?
In Torment 4, in like Hell Tides, Nightmare Dungeons, whatever. So it's just, I don't know, I had a really good time with that. In terms of mobility, it doesn't feel as bad as it used to be, I think. Maybe you are more like this, you know, you have seen, you know, everything that Necromancer has gone through in the last year. And for me, like, I'm kind of like sporadically kind of like jumping in the class, you know, like once a season I play for like a week or whatever, and like Necromancer is my least played class, but I do try to get it done every season. And I found playing around with these mobility aspects really fun.
No, I have not. Because I think in every scenario where you would... I'm trying to figure out what endgame build you were able to play where you're even able to put Sever on your skill bar. Unironically. Like, I don't know how you manage that. If you want that same experience, you can just use Metamorphosis, and then it doesn't even have a cooldown. And you can manage it a lot easier. But no, I have not put it on my amulet on a competitive build and attempted to do content with it. So maybe for speed farming and like very easy content, for sure. Absolutely. I think if you're going to do that...
I guess it like a T100 in like 8 minutes or something, like with the thing on the bar, it felt good. I don't know. It was just my impression.
What build were you in tier 100 pit and using that skill?
I did it on, I think on Soul Rift and on the Bloodwave Spirit thing. Let me check. Yeah, on Bloodwave Spirit I used that. Because I was standing on top of the boss, and then, you know, like I was teleporting around into the packs and stuff like that with the Sever. I don't know, I just... I don't want to make like a huge discussion out of this, but I found it on both builds. It was just really nice. That was my impression, at least.
Very interesting. I've never found a build that I could successfully say no, I don't want 75% damage multiplier on my amulet and be able to do
the
competent
boots,
damage.
man, on the boots, not on the amulet.
Okay, I thought you said on your amulet.
No, that was like for speed farming, you know, for like, you know, easy stuff.
Yeah, man, I don't know. We got to put concussive strikes on our boots and cursed aura and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know, but I'm glad that you had success with it, and maybe that will inspire me to also go use it. I think you would just use Metamorphosis though. Like it seems just strictly better. But maybe that's just...
I hate Metamorphosis. So dude, they took all of the crowd control out of the game. You know, like there is no crowd control anymore besides cold spiders and maybe a frozen elite. So why do you need Metamorphosis? But yeah. Anyway, let's not discuss this too long. But I found this kind of interesting that you have like this kind of like notion that, you know, necro, no mobility and all that stuff. And for me, it felt completely different because I just put this on my bar. I was like, man, I need the mobility skill. You know, I want to play rogue actually, and now I'm stuck on the Soul Rift build. And what do I do? I'm gonna use Sever, and it worked. So that was just my impression.
Very interesting.
Okay, anyway, Mippy, let's go with the rogues. What do you have to say?
Rogue's good on PTR. It was great. We all love Victimize. Victimize is back. We have explosions. We're fast. We're farming tier 100 in 2 minutes 30 seconds. Feels good. Yeah, Dance and Knives, new skill. Amazing. It feels great to play. I know. Spin. Everyone loves spin to win builds. It's just cool. Like there's insane screen clutter numbers flying everywhere. Rogue Nation rise up. It's like, man. Yeah, it's good. Like it's the new skill, the new build, and it's also the top performing build. Unfortunately, no other build came close from what I have researched. Like there was no other build that even got like, I think there was like a 3-minute 52 victimized barrage clear. That was like the closest that I've seen. Everything else was like 6 to 8 minute struggles on tier 100. So obviously Victimize is an outlier here. But I have to say the following. Victimize is good, but it also has the most scaling available from all key passives. It has 3 glyphs. You can use vulnerable damage as FX on your weapons, and you can tamper it. That is something that is unique to Victimize. Like, not even close quarters combat and mixtures do not have that kind of scaling available. Yes, precision kind of has that, but there's only 1 glyph that scales critical strike damage. So if other key passives had the same amount of scaling available, Victimize would not be as much of an outlier. I'd rather see other builds have access to that amount of damage scaling rather than seeing Victimize nerf. But that is a discussion for another day, I think. I think in general, Rogue on PTR felt good. What didn't feel good was having to use Warcry boots to really get to that point where you Warcry on boots to get to that point where you kill the elites before they become unstoppable. That was basically the thing that I was trying to solve for a few days on PTR. How can I kill elites on tier 100 before they turn unstoppable consistently? Because that is what ultimately decreased my clear time from around 4:30 average to like 2:30 to 3-minute average. Yes, I used Air of Perdition, the new helmet, which is obviously very strong, and against non-demon bosses, it took like 15 seconds longer. But it was still good, like in general. I mentioned in the news post that I used Umber Crux. I later turned out to not use Umber Crux anymore in the final version of the build because Umber Crux actually ate too many victimized procs that were not benefiting from all of the damage to crowd control effects like Retribution, the knockdown part of Malice, generally just frozen damage multipliers were all not working for obviously on the totem because you cannot CC it. So the actual damage from the victimized procs that came out of the totem when you hit it were so low that just a regular dagger with even just a 13% inner calm aspect vastly outperformed it. And yeah, that was one of the things that actually led to me being able to kill the elites before unstoppable. The other one being actually dropping Umbras from my pants and using another offensive aspect, like utility aspect, not offensive, but it's a damage multiplier aspect, so it could as well be offensive. Concussive Strikes is what I used on my pants instead of Umbras, and I put Darkshroud on the bar because we have Petrify, proccing no witnesses, and Preparation every 4 seconds, so you can just hard cast Darkshroud. That's fine. And yeah, sorry.
Nice. I was going to ask, like, how did you feel about like testing other builds as well? Like you're talking about like the Dance of Knives, which I guess is going to be a very popular choice. A lot of people are hyped for the spin to win rogue and all that stuff. I mean, there's a good chance that they're gonna like fix the spam tamping playstyle, and that will definitely reduce its power greatly. Do you know roughly how much it will go down? My expectation is something like in the factor of like 3 to 4 or something maybe.
No,
it's like less than that.
Much.
Okay.
I played like 5 T100s without spam tapping, and I still cleared them like 4 minutes. So around twice the damage, I would say, is what you get by spam tapping.
Okay. So how is your impression of the overall like rogue meta in terms of like the other builds as well?
Yeah, I tested like I pretty much tried testing everything else. I tested TB and mixtures, which was like the next promising thing with like apart from Barrage Victimize, but let's just leave Victimize builds also. out of the equation here. TB at mixtures was kind of good. I did a 4-minute something clear with it, like was closer to 5 minutes, but I think with a bit of more optimization, and if I had GA Warcry boots back then, I could have probably also gotten to the point where I killed elites before Unstoppable. So maybe there's also potential, but it felt bad to play, to be very honest. Like the AoE on TB is just so low, and like the delay for the returning blades, it just like given with how fast the game has become, TB just feels bad to play at this point. That's quite unfortunate, honestly.
I kind of had the same impression actually. Like TB, very very powerful, very nice to just melt the bosses away with like I don't know billions of damage
bossing was
ticks.
great.
Yeah,
Bossing
but
was great.
then the AoE clear, yeah, it does feel a bit lacking in 2024. I do agree with that. It's like I was trying to like nightmare dungeons with it, and yeah, it kind of works, but it can also just like dance and everything explodes. So.
And then after that, we have 2 more builds that are like in the relevant territory, which is rapid fire with cold imbuement and like precision. Still a good build, still the same as season 5 with a few new tools. Honestly, it was good. It was not like GG territory where we like 1-tap elites and just kill the boss in 2 staggers or something. But it was still decent. Like it was like 5 to like I saw 1 5-minute 50 clear, but that's like the fastest rapid fire clear I could find. I personally couldn't clear that fast. But I didn't have like absolutely absurd gear or something. Like I had like when I tried it, I did have a GA Sky Hunter, but it had like mineral aspect, and everything else was like 1 GA pretty much. So I cleared it in around 6:30ish. Maybe with like really good gear, you could have gotten like a 4-minute 50 clear, maybe like super close to 5 minutes, but I really didn't see more potential in that. Like the clears that I've seen were from people that actually had like really, really good gear. Like there was the clear from Zirai. It was like 5 minutes something. So yeah. Anyway, easy 4-minute clears on PTR and 1-shot all needs 2 cast max. Well, I saw actually good players that play rapidfire a lot play rapidfire on PTR, and it was no bueno. So if you have a 4-minute clear, I would love to see it, because that is another thing. Anyway, the other good build that actually was a thing was Andariel's Rogue. I played Andariel's Barrage and I also tried Andariel's with Dance Knives. With Barrage, it was good, like 7-minute territory, decent build. You can definitely farm T4 with it, like in general, but for tier 100, it was like, not as great as we used to know it from season 5. So I think in general, like all the other builds were basically better than Andariel's. That is basically because Andariel's wants to use close quarters combat to scale the damage, and the damage scaling for close quarters combat is, well, pretty mid now. And, it's kind of hard to get close damage other than from Tempest. Funnily enough, damage production of Tempest is still better than close damage Tempest. The glyphs don't affect close quarters combat as they should. So Andy is cool, but it just lacks the damage scaling that makes all the other builds better, pretty much. What else was there? There was a Heartseeker. Heartseeker builds didn't really impress me. They seemed rather weak compared to other options. Flurry was okay. There were some grenade builds in like the 9-minute T100 territory or 10-minute T100 territory.
Yeah. I guess it's fair to say that Rogue in general is looking very powerful, right? So we have like, I don't know, probably like a dozen builds or something with like vastly different setups that actually all clear 100 relatively comfortably in like high-end territory, which is kind of interesting. There's also Death Trap that is kind of like a, making a comeback, like as a real Death Trap build this time. We used to have that as a guide way back. That was like the kind of like the original Rogue build in Season 0. Also the one that I raced with, for example. And now it's like
the only builds.
Sorry, yes?
Yeah. No, go ahead. It's like the only build I didn't try, basically. I saw you.
Yeah, I played it.
I think you did you clear tier 100 with it, or was it?
Yeah, this was 100. So this is easy 100 territory actually, because I guess you are min-maxing stuff a lot more than I was with like the gear and like the masterworking and so on. Like when I was doing most of my testing on PTR, this was usually in a scuffed factor of like ×2 or more. That you could still raise the DPS if you wanted, and just the gear that I was using, and then of course you could go for like greedier setups and whatever in some cases as well. So yeah, if you do that, I think Death Trap is also looking like a top contender actually. Like it does a lot of damage. Like I saw some ticks for like 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion on one single Death Trap like an arrow or something like that. So it does some serious damage. So that was a big surprise there. Yeah, with how powerful it was.
Was that with Air of Perdition or without?
I don't remember right now. I'd have to check that. But either way, I was trying to kind of keep my numbers that I like noted down as well. Like basically with that in mind, of course, you know, like to kind of understand, okay, this is like a demon boss or not with the bug. So it's obviously trying to find non-bugged numbers there. But yeah, like I think Death Trap is looking really good. So that is certainly something I'm excited for as a rogue. Rain of Arrows also not as powerful, but it is probably also reaching 100 territory in late game. So, I mean, good enough.
I mean, okay, to be honest, 100 on Rogue is actually easy because you actually have so much access to generic damage scalers that you could basically just use Puncture and still clear it. That's pretty much the thing, right? So, kind of have to dive a little bit deeper to evaluate like the different strength between the builds. But it's cool that there's so much options available, right?
Yeah, I think in general, like a lot of Rogue players will be very excited to play something like Death Trap and Rain of Arrows, because both these are like very unique playstyles and they look amazing. They're like this flashy big explosion and they cover the entire screen. Like especially Rain of Arrows, you could watch your it was like my mission to get my FPS as low as possible. Basically, you could watch it drop with every cast. You know, when you spam 4 Rain of Arrows waves once a second, or even faster than that, you know, twice a second or something, I would cast 4 Rain of Arrows waves. It was kind of wild. So
that's pretty good.
Pretty funny stuff. But yeah.
Anyway, like
let's wrap it up here.
I really should have tried Death Trap myself. I didn't have the time, unfortunately. One thing that I forgot to mention is Shadow Step. Shadow Step with Victimize was also able to clear 100 in like 7-ish minutes, so it was about as good as Dariel's in terms of performance. And Shadow Step Victimize or Shadow Step Momentum is actually the fastest build that I have tested for Nightmare Dungeon farming. So just zooming around from mob to mob or elite to elite and basically one-shotting them and the boss, that's pretty good. So I guess if you want to do like a specific Nightmare Dungeon speed farmer, Shadow Step is the build to go to because it's just the fastest. Anyway.
Yeah, Flicker Strike and Joyous rise up here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, thank you for the input. Well, I've been actually going quite a bit longer than I had originally planned for this podcast, since especially like this class section took a while and everyone had a lot to say here. So I would say we can wrap it up with this podcast. So is there any other last comments or something you want to like, you know, just get out real quick, or something that you thought we missed now that you briefly want to discuss?
The only thing I want to touch on very, very quickly is that get like a quick pulse. Are we excited to be playing the game that we've already been playing, but with the changes in Season 6? Because my answer is a definitive yes. That I'm excited to be playing the game that we've already been playing, but with all this stuff that is coming in the expansion. Because we were kind of bitching a lot, to be quite honest, but like it's because
I am very excited. Yeah, of course. You know, everyone has their critique, but I do agree. It's generally getting better and more exciting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I guess everybody else hates it, apparently.
Nah, that's a lot of cool new stuff, honestly.
Yeah, I agree on the new stuff. I still feel like I would like to see a couple of things that have been there and broken since like day 1 fixed at some point. It's kind of making me like worry about. I'm just getting like worried about class balance in Season 6 and from now on. With all the changes they added, I hope it's not gonna take like 4 seasons to have like a decent class balance. But well, I trust us and the community to give feedback on all those PTR, so hopefully for the best.
What about Northar?
What about me?
Are you excited for the expansion, like for the season? Like,
Oh yeah.
he sounds very excited, guys.
I mean, for Northwall levels, that is absolutely pure.
For Northwall standards, man, he's here.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah, I'll reiterate that maybe 80% of the new things coming to the Druid class specifically need to either exist or get bug fixed. So we'll have to feel that one out a little bit. But assuming those things happen, yeah, no, I'm excited. I think we're at least shaking up the top end meta here. It is looking like we're going to get a new best build and shout. I'm a little disappointed in the Paragon changes overall, but new content too. Roaming into Dahantu and doing the new activities, all exciting. I'd love to see mercenaries come around and see what they're good for. And yeah, runes, why not?
All right, and maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely excited. New rogue skills fire.
Yeah, I
hope
think
we get
especially
some-
rogues have a lot of stuff to look forward to. Like,
Yeah.
even outside of the new skill, like just the variety of builds is incredible on rogues, I think, in season 6. Probably has it's gonna have like the most guides in Maxroll, I think, as well. So we have a lot of work to do there.
There's still a few underlying issues with rogue, right? But baby steps.
Yeah. Either way, they have nothing to complain about, I guess, for now. So it's looking like a
it's
really good
fine.
season. I had a blast on PTR playing a lot of rogue myself. And, well, unfortunately, no Spiritborn on the PTR that I will also have to write a lot of guides for very soon. But we're gonna do that cooking in the next weeks to come. In any case, thank you guys for being here. It was a nice podcast. It was nice to hear all of your thoughts about all the changes. It's obviously a massive patch, expansion and stuff. And of course, your class summaries, they were very nice. Hope that the viewers enjoyed it. And yeah, those were Beatdropper, Mippy, Macro, Northar, and Border from the Maxroll team, each representing Barb, Necro, Druid, Rogue, and Sorc. And if you want to see more of this, then let us know. If you want to see more in this format as well, like for example, a specialist of every class. This was the first time we specifically invited one of each class represent, so to say, because usually I have smaller podcasts. But yeah, hope you liked it, and thank you guys for being here. See you guys.
Thanks for having us, Woody.
Yeah.
Bye, chat.
Have a good one. Thank you for having us. Ciao.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh well.
All right. Yeah, it was nice. You liked having a class represent? Yeah, it was kind of interesting because, like, especially with the PTR being like this very focused feedback, I think there was like, this very focused like testing session as well, right? Because these guys are gonna go and write a lot of Maxroll guides now, right? And Northar is gonna have like his 7 Sorc guides, and Mippy is gonna do like 5 Rogue guides, and Macro is gonna do 5 Necro guides, and so on. So they specifically tested all of these things, of course. And for me, I also will probably like write some Rogue stuff, and then go to Spiritborn though, because like I handed like a lot of my Rogue stuff over to Mippy, for example. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of cool to see that, all these, since there's so little time on the PTR and so much to do, it's nice to have these deeper insights on some of them. I broke Macro. that was a very funny discussion about the server aspect, man. He could not, when I explained that. But I was playing the Necro and I was like, man, I want to move faster. So what do, man? You put 7 on your bar and the aspect on your boots. So that's what you gotta do. I don't know. Maybe I inspired him. Maybe he's gonna try again. Is Rax not a Maxroll? Yeah, he is, but he's not like part of any team basically. So he's not like doing much basically. He's like part of the family and he's around, and sometimes we discuss some stuff or so. But I'm not sure. I mean, he might be doing some stuff in the background. But he's not on like the D4 team, for example. Does Maxroll have a section that describes interactions that are bugged and not working as expected? One thing you can always look at is the FAQ and the mechanics sections in our build guides. So this is kind of like where we cover these kind of things. We don't have like a compendium. This might actually become a thing, maybe. But we don't have like a compendium for like, all of the interactions. I mean, if you do that, then, basically all of this content we have here is It's just a fading light in the background compared to all of the bugs you would have to list and describe. But build specifically, it can always go down here, and then there might be like, you know, some further information about, you know, these kind of things, for example. So this is kind of where that should go, at least. Please cook the greatest Whirlwind rogue build. Yeah, I mean, Mippy has been working on that, and I guess he's gonna do the Dance of Knives guide for Maxroll as well. I mean, I have like always my own versions and so on, so, you know, I'll do my thing as well, since I played it a lot on the PTR. I actually did like the entire progression almost from like level 1 all the way to Torment 4 of that, and then I tried it more in like a late game scenario as well. So I also know the skill really well. But yeah, we're gonna have a good Dance of Knives build for sure on Maxroll, so I wouldn't worry about that. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be one of the big hype builds outside of the Spiritborn. I would love to see Werebear, Dance of Knives. What? Hire Rob. Rob was with Maxroll, but that was like a long time ago at this point. And he's no longer with us for reasons I do not want to share. Did we talk about Spiritborn? Well, there was not much Spiritborn on the test here. So not really much going on. But we might do like something like a Spiritborn thing as well, with people that are like cooking builds and stuff, maybe. I mean, we have like a few guide writers now on Maxroll that will focus on the Spiritborn alongside me. So maybe gonna have like a session with that, maybe like closer to launch. Because now I was focused on PTR a lot and like, you know, doing rogue stuff and whatever. But, you know, now we have like, you know, a month to prepare for the expansion and cook builds. And yeah, you also see me here on the stream doing a lot of Spiritborn cooking. How good money will the Dance of Knives build be? It's kind of like good enough to just work from the start almost. So, oh, you can't see my cam. Oh shit, yeah, it's true. I have it turned off. Wait a minute. I keep talking and gesturing and stuff. Wait, there's my cam. Ah, hello. Okay. Better? Okay. Yeah, I was just like talking from the void. Face reveal. Pog, yes. Generally, evade Spiritborn doesn't look fun as hell. Evade Spiritborn, huh? I mean, there's a lot of interesting synergies you can do with the evade stuff, but at least on my testing so far, I neither found like the spirit feathers to be very useful, nor did I think that all of the synergies of evade are very good. At least for like strong endgame builds and pit pushing and stuff, maybe for farming it might be fun. You need a puppy command. Oh, the puppy is coming, guys. I actually need some water though, so give me a second. I'm gonna turn on the music again. Let's turn this again. Doggo is coming, guys. He's gonna take over the stream now. Puppy channel point redeem. Maybe we'll do that. It's happening. I think Poison Spiritborn will get nerfed, seemed OP. I mean, in the data mine there were already nerfs for...
Puppy! Puppy's here.
Ah, hello.
Watch out for you, baby.
Okay. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. He got a vaccine today,
Yeah.
so he was whelping a bit. Yeah.
I think he missed you.
Yeah.
Did you hear him barking now?
Yeah, we missed you too. Okay, come here. Up. Canispera. Yeah. Does he pick gold? Yes, he's getting trained. Yeah. Picking all the gold coins that are lying
asking
around.
that question.
Yes.
I think he likes bones a bit more. Are you gonna pick up bones? Yeah? Oh. Are you the prettiest?
Yeah, it's a very pretty puppy.
Yeah.
He's like 11 weeks old now.
Yeah.
Do you teach him German commands so only you can control him? Nini knows enough German for that.
What?
Mm.
What?
If I only teach him German commands so that he only listens to me.
He's already bilingual.
Yeah.
And we can teach him the basics. House.
Raus. Raus. Yeah. Komm.
Come.
Sitz. Yeah.
Sit is sit.
Sitz.
Okay. Attack.
Yeah.
Attack.
Fass.
Fa?
Fass.
Fat.
Fass.
Fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it
Kill,
doesn't mean exactly attack, but basically it has that meaning.
Kill Merlin.
No. Yeah, but soon this guy is gonna patrol our apartment and our terrace.
Terrace.
Yeah.
From what?
Yeah, from the invaders.
From the invader.
We have like a cat here. Half the time I open the door, there's a cat running in. Not our cat.
Yeah. He's a thief. He goes to every apartment around in the building and steals food. But I think he likes us the most, even though we don't feed him.
That's because you have the best food.
But we don't feed him. We don't feed the cat.
Yeah. No, where are you going? Where are you going? He's climbing.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Watch out,
bark.
watch out. Watch
Yeah.
out. Because he had the vaccine right here when we push him.
Better?
Is it Dad's cat? Does it look like a cat? Oh.
What percentage of people will play Spiritborn on release? Oof, yeah, a lot. So maybe this entire discussion we had today was kind of pointless, huh?
He's very playful, guys.
Yeah.
He has lots of energy.
Don't give this dog coffee, man.
Okay, time to go. Oh.
Okay. Bye, Merlin. Ah. Alright, anyway, that was fun. I think I'm gonna go now though. It's 1 AM. And I don't really want to log in now. So, hope you enjoyed the podcast. I will finish gathering feedback tomorrow as well, since I didn't really finish that. And then log out and go. Yes, let's wait someone. I haven't read Macro in a while. Is he still streaming? One of the other guys. I think Macro went off. Oh, no, he's, yeah, okay. Let's say Macro. Yo, he was one of our podcast guests earlier. Only if I talk to him about Sever. Yeah, you guys can talk to him about Sever. Yo, have a good one, guys.